Hello! Okay. I am now live on Twitch and YouTube. Hello everyone! Today we're gonna be playing episode 3, The Kidnapped Turnabout. Last time we were on an airplane and Edgeworth was accused of murder. And it turns out to be connected to a smuggling ring that Franziska von Karma was investigating along with the murder victim, who was from Interpol. And now we're on the Kidnapped Turnabout. Let's have some fun. March 13th, 10:11 a.m. Question marks. It's time.
Don't worry, Miss Edgeworth. I'll be following your every movement with my binoculars.
Good to hear. Now make sure you don't lose sight of me. I'm counting on you for backup.
You can count on me, sir.
I have to go. The kidnapper is supposed to contact me soon. Would have thought that upon my return, I'd be thrust into a kidnapping case. And that I would be the one who would have to make the ransom drop-off. Let's see. I checked that the money is all there, safe inside the suitcase. Now all I have to do is await further instructions from the kidnapper, which I'm expecting to be transferred to my cell phone. I wonder who else is around. This is the meeting place, after all.
Welcome to Gatebladder Land!
Oh, thank you.
And a big hello to you! I'm the Proto Badger! Nice to meet you! Excuse me, but were you perhaps thinking of taking a picture of me?
A picture of you? Sorry, but I'm not interested.
Aw, that's too bad! Well, have a good day!
Hello?
Who are you? You're not Ernest Amano.
It sounds like the kidnapper is using some sort of voice alteration device. I'm his representative, Miles Edgeworth.
Are you a cop?
No, I'm a prosecutor. know what you're wondering, and yes, I have brought the ransom money with me.
I see. In that case, bring the money with you to the stadium.
So this person intends to see if I'm being followed, huh? Please, Detective Gumshoe. I really need you to come through for me this one time. Edward speaking.
Next, come to the haunted house.
Just how long do you intend to have me wander around for?
That's for me to decide.
You don't have much of a choice here, my friend. I suppose not. I've arrived. Go inside. There's no bass on stage. I'm judging these musicians. There. Hello. Thank you for joining the stream. What a dismal place. That's it. Go through those doors. Am I being watched from somewhere? Leave the money and go. Now. Overall audio is quite low, by the way. Okay. It looked pretty okay on my end. I also have auditory processing issues. Yeah, I'll put the volume up a little higher. I have it set to 50. I'll put it to 75. I was hoping for an exchange, but maybe I should do as they say for now and not push it. I couldn't catch even a glimpse of the kidnapper. Perhaps I should keep an eye on this haunted house until police backup arrives. Someone gonna come up behind Edgeworth? Oh! Miss Edgeworth! Ah! It was a trap! March 13th, 11:23 a.m. Question mark?
That guy betrayed. No, can't be. Then the deal.
Who is that? And what are they talking about?
Police. Alright. In front of meetup.
I can't move my body. I fear I may faint again. Where am I? How long was I out? It wasn't raining like it is now when I made the drop-off. This was supposed to be a simple affair. So why have I been taken hostage as well? I can only assume Detective Gumshoe lost sight of me at some point. The only reason I agreed to be the drop-off man was because of that phone call. It was from Mr. Ernest Amano, the director of the powerful Zybots, the Amano Group. But aside from that, I also owe him a great debt of gratitude. His only son, Lance, has been kidnapped. I know that Lance is already in his 20s, but I guess some things you never grow out of. I can't sit around waiting for someone to come help me. I must escape somehow. Ugh!
Was that you making that funny sound?
Who's there? And how dare you laugh at a gentleman's plight? Oh! Who are you? Are you one of the kidnappers? A kidnapper? Me? No way. I'm not into such petty crimes. Nope, I'm after something much, much bigger. Ugh, I must be worn out from today's ordeal. Focus, Miles. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that. Ahem. Even in the depths of night, when no other bird dares to take flight, One alone soars to shine, the light of righteousness on the world's light. And that one is me, for I am the great thief, Yatakarasu. Great thief? Did she really just claim to be the Yatakarasu? Oh, but my real name is Kay Faraday. You can call me Kay, okay? Good. Glad that's settled. I've actually never seen the HD version of this before. Ooh! You played the old version? I've never played it either. I've never played this game before, so I'm really happy to be streaming it. Not quite. I have a mountain of questions for you. But first, if you would be so kind as to remove these ropes. I wonder, did I remove them? I was actually having a lot of fun watching you make those silly faces. I like how nothing in this world functions with a perked up teenage girl to bail the middle-aged men out. That is so true. You got Maya from the first series. And then you have, what was her name again? From Apollo Justice. Her name wasn't Akane, it was something else. Oh yeah, and Trudy too. Hey, there's no need to get all mad and ice glary on me, you know? Fruity. This rope goes through here, and there you go. What a relief. I owe you my thanks. Ah, it's okay. You can pay me back in full later. Now then, what questions should I start with? Unfortunately, I can already tell nothing is going to be easy with this cheeky girl. You call yourself a great thief, yet are you really a thief at all? You doubt me? I get it. You think that a young lady like me couldn't possibly be such a big-time thief, right? That's not the part I have a tough time believing. It's like a whole character archetype, like indie RPG Knife Kid. True! And they are so delightful, aren't they? I am the real, genuine Yatakarasu, you know? Yep, I'm a pure-blooded great thief. It's a little something I inherited from my predecessor. In that case, you wouldn't mind if I arrested you then, right? What? Of course I'd mind! I haven't stolen anything yet! Seriously, I don't know how you can say such a horrible thing to your savior. That's true. Technically, she hasn't stolen anything in front of me. Yet. When you say you're the Yatakarasu, do you mean you aren't the Yatakarasu? I can't believe how well you've pulled off being a walking intersex envy flag without it looking remotely corny. Ah, testament to the artist, huh? You did a great job. I tried dressing up as a bi flag once for things I had lying around. That's awesome. Yep, the most righteous of the righteous. The legendary great thief. But I inherited the title only recently, so I haven't had a chance to steal anything yet as the second Yatakarasu. I was not aware that thieves could pass down their titles like that. But don't worry, I've got some big plans in the works. Big plans, huh? They wouldn't happen to lead to an arrest, would they? I knew it! There's just no reasoning with a prosecutor. I'm not the problem here. I'll have you know that the Yatakarasu has no interest in stealing petty trinkets. There's one thing and only one thing I want to steal. Only one thing? And what would that be? But that's gonna have to wait until we find our way out of here. Well, at least there is one thing we agree on. I'm sure I'll have plenty of time later to learn more about you. So you never tell me what your name is, Mr. Prosecutor? Ah, I guess not. I'm Miles Edgeworth. Aha! Now I remember! How can you remember something I just told you? It sure is cheery. Alright, then Mr. Edgeworth, let's get out of here! It would seem that we are locked in from the other side. What? No way! I don't hear you! La la la! Hey, you do remember where you came in from, right? It looks like that might be our only way out of this room. Whoops! Slight miscalculation. That's a good height to make an entrance from, but I can't jump that high to make an exit. I suppose we have no choice but to look around and see if we can find another way out. Begin investigation. Isolation room. What is this? It looks like the Bad Badger, and it's looking as bad as ever. Looks like a costume head to me. I guess the Bad Badger's costume is, at the very least, a two-piece, huh? The real question is, Why is only the head sitting out here on the floor? Costumes separated into head and body. This head was left in the isolation room. Hey! There's something inside the bottom right box. Oh, I think it's a pink badger costume. Pink badger? You don't keep up with what's going on in the world, do you? In that case, you'd better study up on the whole badger clan with this. What is this thing? Proto-badger, the very first badger. Bad badger, a vile criminal with a gun! Ah, he's looking bad. Blue badger, an ally of justice who keeps the peace. Pink badger, know her unique pink bow. Think of it as a bible of all the things you'll ever need to know about the clan. Whatever, I suppose I can keep it as a reference guide or something. I suppose this means that this is where they keep all the costumes? It certainly looks that way. It's like the Badger family's home. There are 8 boxes, but 7 of them are empty, which means that 7 of the costumes are in use right now. But aren't these Badgers the mascots of the police force? Well, I heard that the police had a hand in sponsoring this theme park. Probably because the Gatewater group owes the police from all those cases they solved. They have all the power of the state and they use it to make a theme park? It's not just any theme park. They have a handcuff-shaped double-looping roller coaster. That's quite enough. I'm feeling woozy from just the thought of such a thing. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Look, it's the Blue Badger! I suppose even this thing can be popular with women. My nemesis! What in the... Why is she beating it up? He's got the word badge right in his name! That's nothing but bad news for something like me. And to think he's out there wandering around in this park. I'd better be careful, he's going to arrest me by the power of his name alone. I somehow doubt that the Blue Badger has the power to arrest anyone. So this is the Blue Badger's rival, the Bad Badger, huh? Do you feel some sort of reverence towards this Badger, Kay? Ha! I can't believe you would be so stereotypical when it comes to thieves. Surely you must also think there are much cooler and cuter ones out there, right? That's it! I've decided that thieves and thievery need an image makeover. Good luck with that one. This is that Blue Badger I met at the main gate. Excuse me, but his name is Proto-Badger, not Blue Badger. He's based off of the very first design created by the local police chief. You know, when you compare the two, the Blue Badger looks a bit cuter. I suppose as he continued to redesign him, the chief managed to make him cuter and cuter. Even humanity has come a long way when you think about how much we've evolved. Are we comparing the Blue Badger to humans now? I suppose this is the Pink Badger? But since it has the same design, doesn't it seem forced to call this one a female? You think so? I mean, just look at how long her eyelashes are. That's the only difference. And the fact that she's pink. Yes, and? And her lips are red. See? Lipstick. What? He has nothing to say about the giant pink ribbon? Or is that too obvious? Okay, now I can look at the key. And what have we here? Ah! Why do I feel a laser-like stare aimed right at me? Did you want to take a look? Oh, don't mind if I do. Oh, I see. Yes, this is definitely a key. I'm sure it's a key to something. The something is what is relevant to my interest. Maybe we can use this paint to help us escape. And what exactly do you have in mind? Well, we could paint help in really giant letters. And who, pray tell, would see these giant letters? We're inside a building. Okay, then how about we light the paint on fire and send out colored smoke signals? Anyone who saw it would think some crazy arson was about and call the cops. Actually, that may not be great for me, seeing as I'm a thief and all. Let's try to find something other than this paint to use, shall we? They're holding a Blue Badger photo rally? You didn't know? Plus, it's not just the Blue Badger, it's its whole family, too. If you manage to snap a shot of every member of the family, you get a really posh prize. Well, there's a costume head sitting over there. Why not start with a picture of that? Can't do that! That's cheating! There's only one of each badger in the park, so you have to work for it. Speaking of badgers, there was one sitting against a wall in the haunted house. Seriously? But somehow, I don't think that one counts, Mr. Edgeworth. You have to take pictures of the costume ones walking around the park. So those are the rules of this game? How quaint. suppose we can make our way out if we were able to climb on top of these lockers. Haha! That's pretty clever. You'd make a good thief yet, Mr. Edgeworth. Please don't ever place my name in the word thief in the same sentence again. Let's see. I wonder if I can jump and grab the top of the locker here. Man, why do they have to make such ginormous lockers anyway? Even if we wanted to use these lockers, we'd need some sort of foothold. Is this my phone? It looks like it made it through the ordeal intact. If only there was a way for us to contact someone on the outside. Ah, but we do have a way. Right here. Ah! There was a cell phone here this whole time? If I'm right, Detective Gumshoe should have contacted the precinct for backup by now.
Mr. Edgeworth, sir! Are you okay? I was so worried, sir!
I'm fine. I was knocked unconscious for a spell by the kidnapper, that's all.
I'm sorry, sir! I'm such a failure! If only I hadn't lost sight of you!
Detective, we don't have time for this. Have the police set up a perimeter right now.
You don't have to worry about that, sir. I already got the boys working on that. But in doing that, I sorta,
What's wrong, Detective?
Sorry to butt in, but I'm afraid you're going to have to make do with me.
Who is this?
G. Long Long of Interpol. A pleasure to speak with you, Mr. Edgeworth. I've heard a great deal about you.
So why exactly is an Interpol agent like yourself involved in a domestic kidnapping case?
Don't sweat the details. A crime's a crime whether it's on a local or global scale. Besides, you're the one who's in a world of trouble.
And why would you say that?
Long G says, the pack that runs together stays together. You catch my drift? You caused quite a ruckus by running blindly into a situation and then getting caught. You should have contacted the police from the very beginning.
I'm sorry that this happened because of a lapse in judgment. However, I humbly request that you please help me out of here post-haste.
Sorry, no can do.
What?
We're hunting the kidnapper now, and I haven't got any hands to spare. As I said, my pack moves as one. You're the one who wanted to go it alone, so good luck to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh, and once we do catch the kidnapper, rest assured we'll come find you. Eventually.
You... What's wrong? Did she get cut off? No, my phone ran out of power. No way! It doesn't matter anyway. We should try to get out of here through our own means. Yeah, I have a name to live up to after all. If we put our heads together, we're sure to find a way out. It seems that we won't be able to open this by ourselves. It also seems quite thick, so we can't just break it down. There must be another way out of here. Do you know where the person who kidnapped me went? Well, after they locked you up in here, it sounded like they went into the next room and started talking to someone. I feel like I heard something as well, but it's all a haze in my mind. However, I do recall that the kidnapper was talking with someone. It was just a guess before, but I guess I really am dealing with two kidnappers here. After that, they left. It almost seems as if they were done with you. I suppose that is the case, as my kidnapping seems like an afterthought to the $1 million. Well, if they went into the next room, let's see what we can find out for this lot. Hey, don't you think getting out of here is more important right now? You can ask me about that later. I suppose she's right. Oh, it didn't work. Of course not. This is the beam I was tied to. What's up? I was wondering if perhaps we could make it over to and out the window if we climb this. Good thinking! And if it's climbing action you need, just leave it to me. Thanks. This little hook looks like it might make for a good foothold. Up you go, Kay, and good luck. Count on it! The great Fika Sakarasu spreads her mighty wings and takes to the skies. Here I go!
As I thought, this beam was definitely not made for climbing.
What do you mean, as I thought? I'm not your guinea pig, you know? Ooh, we can peer into the room the kidnappers were in from there.
I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. There's a door on the opposite side that appears to be the same as this one, which would mean that I can probably assume that these two rooms are very similar in structure. I believe I may have just found our ticket out.
That's what I think it is. It looks like the kidnappers had an escape tunnel prepared just in case. That's awesome! They're like a bunch of great thieves themselves.
No, they're not, because I highly doubt they made the tunnel themselves. The floor panel was removed and propped up against the beam in a very specific way. I think this building was originally built for the basement or underground area. There's a beam in the next room identical to the one in this room. There's even a hook on it to hold the propped up floor panel in place. Which reminds me,
did you find something useful, Mr. Edgeworth?
Perhaps. I may have found a very handy hint how we'll get out of here. This hook on this beam.
You know, I already tried, and there's no way I can jump from this hook to the window. Come on, even you have to admit when something's just not possible.
Ha! I wasn't about to suggest that again. Rather, that it's here for a different purpose.
Really? Like what?
As you saw in the adjacent room, it's clearly for keeping a floor panel propped up. Which means that there should be a panel in this room that we can open as well.
Oh, I get it!
We didn't notice its existence all this time because it was being hidden by this tarp.
Alright then, let's fold this thing up and see what's underneath. Now this is what I call a treasure. Wow, this must be another entrance to the secret hidden basement. I totally smell treasure.
The scent I wish to smell is the sweet fragrance of freedom.
Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and open the hatch.
Alright. This thing is locked down tight.
Aw, fiddlesticks.
I believe you're up, Kay.
Huh? Why me?
Because we need to use the tiny key that you've taken quite a liking to.
Oh, gotcha! Just leave it to me. I love the tense feeling of these moments when you're about to uncover something big.
I believe the feeling of freedom would be much more satisfying right about now.
Alright, I got the secret door open. And now? Ah! Wait! What? Ah!
Are you alright? Kay!
I'm fine. The ladder just slipped is all.
Thank goodness she's alright. I about had a coronary.
There's a lot of really large machinery down here.
What about an exit?
It's really dark and cramped down there, so I really doubt there's an exit. I can't believe that happened.
You have only yourself to blame for leaping before you looked, you know?
No way! I mean, how was I supposed to know that the ladder is removable?
I figured out how we will escape this prison, Kay.
Oh? So, how are we gonna bust out?
It seems that your reckless actions were of use after all.
Are you actually praising me?
More of a thank you for giving me an idea regarding this ladder.
The underground ladder? What about it?
This ladder isn't just for those who wish to go down.
Oh, I see! If we use this...
Yes, I believe it's long enough to reach the top of those lockers.
Well, then what are we waiting for? Investigation complete. we can't get out of here. Yes, we spend entirely too much time in here. Kidnappers who held me hostage and a mysterious Interpol agent. This case is only getting started, and I'll be the one to bring it to a resounding end. March 13th, 12:11 p.m. Wild Wild West area. Oh, there's a little cat in the corner. Not corner. To the left. It looks like it stopped raining for now. Yeah, and thank goodness. You have no idea how hard it was raining earlier.
Mr. Edgeworth! I'm so glad to see you managed to escape, sir. I was so stressed that I thought my heart was gonna give out.
Detective Gumshoe, may I ask what in the world that is?
Well, that's, Count off!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 98, 99.
Sifu, all 99 members are here and accounted for, sir. What the heck do you think you're doing counting my cubs off like that? Every person is a valuable human being, you get me? And everyone has a name that their parents gave to them. No one is a 2 or a 3. Everyone, regardless of age or rank, is number 1. Got it? Shifu! Shifu!
You are Agent Long, I take it.
You infidel! How dare you address our Shifu so rudely? Grr! Long Ji says, a cub who would disrespect others soon feels the disciplinary bite of an elder. But don't you ever forget to show the proper respect towards another person. Hina. This isn't much, but please accept my card.
Oh, thank you. Please accept mine in return.
You all see that just now? That is the proper way for 2 people to show their respect. Keep that in mind and you'll get far in life, got it?
Ah, that's right. Franziska did warn me. Something about an elite Interpol agent from the Republic of Jingfa. Apparently, this man has the highest successful arrest rate in the organization. Agent Long, why exactly is an Interpol agent involved with this clearly domestic case?
That's none of your business, Mr. Prosecutor.
How is it not?
I've heard a rumor or 2 about you. You solved a murder that occurred during your flight home recently, right? Ha! But you sure took a while just to arrest one little flight attendant. How pathetic. How dare you say that about Mr. Edgeworth? Are you saying you could have solved it faster, pal? The comedic relief jumps to the aid of his master. How cliche. Look, what I'm getting at is that if I had been there, no one would have died. I would have solved the entire case and Agent Hicks would still be with us here today.
Agent Long knew yesterday's victim, Agent Ashley Hicks?
Hicks was like a brother to me. So now I'm out to take my revenge.
Agent Hicks was investigating a smuggling ring with Franziska and a 3rd person. This must be the man she was talking about. In that case, you should understand how I feel, as the kidnapped is someone I know. So I ask that you please allow me to participate in the investigation.
Not so fast! This isn't your neatly trimmed courtroom of Eden, you know. You're out in the wilderness now, Mr. Prosecutor, and way out of your league. No hard feelings, but why don't you go on back to your courtroom now, pretty boy?
You did unlock the court?
I do. And I don't need the help of a filthy prosecutor. Sorry, but the truth doesn't need the likes of you to distort it today.
We use the adjective filthy to describe a prosecutor. And why do I feel such intense loathing emanating from him?
Alright, men. Good job in the perimeter around Gatewater Land. Now just find me the kidnapper and bring the punk to me. Dismissed. Sir! Now then, Mr. Prosecutor, you just sit tight here and don't cause any trouble, understand?
Wait!
Mr. Edgeworth.
It's been a while since I last met someone so disagreeable. Why of all places did he show up here? And completely out of the blue at that. I suppose I'll have to ask Detective Gumshoe to fill me in on that. Man, I can't calmly do any stealing at all with that detective around. I suppose it's not easy when there's this many members of law enforcement in the vicinity. It's alright. It's not like I'm in a hurry to steal just any old thing. Which is it? Do you plan to steal something or not? That's a mystery, this one. Maybe I should talk with her a bit more. So what are you going to do about your investigation into the kidnapping? Good question. Since Agent Long holds the authority to investigate this case now, This makes things a bit more complicated. Oh, come on, you can't let that stop you. I'll even lend you a hand, so let's go.
But you're a self-reported great thief, are you not? I don't believe I can let someone of an unlawful nature participate in an investigation.
You don't like to listen, do you? I'm not just any old great thief. I'm the Yatakarasu. And as I said earlier, the Yatakarasu is after one and only one thing.
What is this one and only one thing you're after?
Yatakarasu is only interested in one thing, and that is the truth.
I see. It was 7 years ago. There was a vigilante who threw the business world into a panic. Labeled mysterious and phantom-like, the Yatakarasu appeared and vanished at will. Though we still don't know much about this thief's ultimate goal, we do know the targets. The Yatakarasu likes to find and publicly disclose evidence of corrupt dealings of all sorts. Once the target was chosen, no dramatic calling card or announcement was sent forth. Instead, the chosen corporation was infiltrated without even the target noticing. Some days later, the evidence that was found was sent out to the mass media, along with a card with the mark of a three-legged raven. Looking back, I suppose you could call what the Yatakarasu was stealing the truth. Could this child really be the successor to the original Yatakarasu? That can't be, can it?
If I had one of these, I could be a prosecutor too, right?
Don't even think of stealing this from me.
If it's that important to you, then why don't you wear it on your lapel?
Why should I have to label myself as a prosecutor everywhere I go? And why does everyone ask that question of me? That's what I'd like to know. It's an old-fashioned rocking chair, the kind that makes you feel instantly at ease. There's something written here. A soothing 10-minute sitting for only $100. I see. Reverse psychology. Make it so expensive that no one would dare sit on it. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete the Wild West theme. They almost look like they're ready to jump out into the real world and gallop away. Almost being the key word. That was wriggling. I just can't bring myself to call it dancing. Some sort of tracks were left in the mud here thanks to the rain. They look like tire tracks. Too bad they're destroying the Wild West atmosphere they worked so hard to create. The tires on whatever made these probably got pretty muddy as well. It's a cactus! And there's something written here on the sign. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct. I can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place. It's an empty barrel. I'd venture to guess that its only purpose is to set the mood. This horizontal bar is used for tying up horses. Apparently, you can ride real horses at the Cowboys Ranch area just up ahead. Is it possible that the culprits have already escaped with the help of a stolen horse or two? Under Agent Long's orders, we already rounded up all the horses, and every last one has been accounted for. Agent Long is good, although I won't go so far as to say I'm impressed just yet. Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here? Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Long's orders. Ugh, I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now. I highly doubt I'll find a clue in here, but I might as well check just to be sure. This barrel sure is heavy. You there, do you know what's inside of this thing? It's the emergency water supply for putting out fires. See, well they certainly are well prepared. I was trying to talk to the cat. Great job, Detective. Sure. For losing sight of me and the kidnapper, and allowing my investigation to be hijacked. Sir? I look forward to your next month's salary assessment. But the case isn't lost yet, sir. I'm gonna show you just how much of a man Dick Gumshoe can be. Shall I prepare the 21-gun salute now or later? Detective, are you sure it was the precinct you called for backup? Of course, sir. I think I would know the number to my own precinct on the back of my hand. Then why did an Interpol agent show up instead with an army of his own agents? That, I have no idea. About 5 minutes after I made the call, that wolf man showed up out of nowhere, sir. Agent Long definitely has an agenda. The question is, what is he after? Mr. Edgeworth, I was wondering if I may ask about one thing, sir.
Yes, what is it?
Who is that? The girl over there, I mean?
I'm Mr. Edward's assistant, Kate Faraday.
What?
Funny, I don't recall making you my assistant today.
Yeah, I'm Mr. Edward's assistant. Me! It's been like that since forever.
Sorry, but I just stole your supporting role.
How can you say something so serious with that giant grin on your face, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, we've got a thief on our hands, sir. She stole my role, sir. I'm taking her in, getting her convicted, and making sure she serves out her sentence.
Oh, come on, it'll be fun! Like musical chairs. You better stay fast on your feet.
No way! I will not lose the spotlight to you, little girl. Lance, where are you, son? Oh. Mr. Armano? Oh, Miles, my boy! I'm sorry to involve you in such an affair just after you've returned.
For you, Mr. Armano, I gladly offer my assistance. After all, I have you to thank for how well things turned out during my time abroad. If it wasn't for you, I might not have been introduced to that law office, and had the chance to study the inner workings of another country's judicial system.
No. Think nothing of it. As you know, Manfred and I go way back. I consider a beloved disciple of his to be like one of my own blood. If you ever want to go overseas again, you need only to ask. I can use my company's vast network to send you anywhere, anytime.
So who's the old man? He is the father of the currently kidnapped Lance Amano, Ernest Amano.
Now then, have you found Lance yet, Miles? Please, I miss my poor boy dearly.
I'm terribly sorry, but your son's whereabouts remain unknown, Mr. Amano.
Hold on there! What happened to all that money?
I believe the 1 million has been stolen, and that the culprits are now on the run.
What?
Poor old man. Don't you have anything you could give him to cheer him up, Mr. Edgeworth? Forgive me, Mr. Armano. I was wondering if you could please tell me the details of the kidnapping one more time.
Oh, it was yesterday. A call came to the house. When the receiver came, the sound of my son. Help me, Daddy.
I know this is tough, but please stay with me here, Mr. Armano.
You don't understand. He hasn't called me Daddy in ages. It was incredibly moving. I wish I had recorded him saying that.
You definitely should have recorded that conversation, but not for the foolish sentimentalities of an old man. Refresh my memory. What kind of person is Lance again?
How will telling you about Lance help you get him back?
Surprisingly, a lot can be deduced from a person's relationships and behavior.
Very well then. Lance is my one and only son, and he turned 21 this year. He is very much like me when I was his age, kind and very attractive. I'm sure women simply can't keep their hands off of him.
Is there anything else about him you noticed of late?
Now that you mentioned it, I haven't been able to get in contact with our butler, Oliver.
Your butler?
Yes, his name is Oliver Deacon. He's been with our family for years now. He gets along so well with Lance, so I thought maybe he would know where my son is.
Mr. Armano, could you please tell me a little more about your butler, Mr. Deacon?
As a butler, he's outstanding. He even serves as Lance's personal private tutor. He took a brief leave recently, but even after it was over, I haven't been able to reach him.
So you still haven't spoken with him since his leave? What about his family and friends?
They said they hadn't seen him. I've tried everything I could think of, Miles. Do you think this could have something to do with Lance's kidnapping?
It's possible, but I can't say anything for sure quite yet. So even the person closest to the victim has gone missing. Oliver Deacon. Sounds like one name I'd better keep in mind. Detective Gumshoe.
Yes, sir.
Let's begin our investigation. Even if that Interpol agent holds the authority to head this investigation, we can't allow ourselves to stand idly by twiddling our thumbs.
I'm with you 100%, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. I, Dick Gumshoe, pledge to stick by your side through thick and thin.
Mr. Armano, it was my fault that the culprits escaped. Thank you for the luck, Dad. Which is why, with your blessing, I vowed to return Lance to you myself.
Oh, I've never seen you so passionate before, Miles. Good luck to you, my boy.
Alright, well, what are you waiting for? Let's do some investigating.
If you think I'm losing to you, pal, forget it.
Begin investigation.
So what should we examine first?
Thanks to Agent Long, we can't leave this area. But the culprits were here until only very recently, which means we may be able to find some clues that will tell us how they escaped.
Okay, let's get looking. Hey, you there. Who, me? What are you doing goofing off in a place like this? I wasn't goofing off. I was about to help Mr. Edgeworth kick off his investigation. You imbecile. All precinct detectives are now under Agent Long's direct command. No way! I am not working for Wolf Boy. Mr. Edgeworth, did you do something? I'm not exactly in a position to argue, seeing as how you are a member of the police. Good, now let's go. No! Boy, have I got just a job for someone of your talents.
Well, that was exciting. Hey, what? Can't you tell him already to get down to some detective work? You should go home. Your parents must be worried about you. Oh, come on! I finally get to be your assistant and you try to ditch me? I don't recall offering you the position. Why do you have to be so difficult? Besides, it's already too late, you know? Like I said, I've already stolen the position of assistant a while back.
Ha! You're the only one asserting that.
Well, by the time anyone notices, it's already gone. That's the Yasakaratsure.
You shouldn't speak so lightly of things you know nothing about.
Fine, whatever. You win. Go ahead and do your little investigation. But the talented assistant Kay is going to tug along no matter what you say. Even if she turns out to be useless, she's not going to listen to me. I might as well surrender and let her come along for the ride.
Oh, seeing that badge reminds me of Manfred. No, he was one fine prosecutor, the best of the best.
Yes, I can't disagree with you there.
It says that you don't really want to talk about him. How I feel about him, it's hard for me to be truthful about that with another person. Your hard countenance, I don't know what you're thinking or feeling, but mark my words, I think you are Manfred's true successor. I really do.
Hey, there's a bunch of footprints in the mud over here. I remember hearing rain fall out here while I was being held in there. Yep, it was just a passing rain. That's why the ground has already pretty much dried up. I should be thankful. It left us with some nice footprint samples. You know what? I bet if we follow them, we can find out where the kidnappers went. Plus, we'd be able to spot them because of their muddy shoes.
I don't think it will be that easy.
Why not? Look carefully. There are quite a few different sets here, and we don't know which ones belong to the kidnappers. Oh, that's true. We don't know what kind of shoes they were wearing. I've got you now, you wild criminals!
I think the kidnappers would have better sense than to try hiding in these.
Oh, come on! Lighten up, will ya? I was only joking. I don't really think that the criminals will be hiding here, right in front of two officers.
I certainly hope not.
Hey, Mr. Edgeworth, isn't this one of those things you tie horses to?
Yes, although the horses are in another location at the moment.
Aw, and here I was hoping I would get to ride one.
You know how to ride a horse?
Nope, never rode one in my life. But I have an Asian friend who was born in the year of the horse.
Non sequitur is the only way to describe your logic.
If these were real, I wonder what you put in them.
Water would be the obvious answer.
But if you stored water in a barrel under the blazing hot sun, wouldn't it go bad?
People of that period probably didn't care about how it tasted.
Sorry, but I can't let you get away with making fun of our forefathers. I mean, maybe they really like this strange taste.
Look who's making fun of them now.
Look! There's a blurb about the cactus here. This cactus is a very gracious gift to Gatewater Land from the local police precinct.
Can't believe the police went so far as to even donate a cactus to this place.
So is the police department running a cactus farm on the side? Haha, just kidding. They won't do something so silly.
Actually, I have the vague impression I've seen a cactus farm in the precinct before. Horses are painted on this garage door to complete a Wild West theme.
They look so lifelike, don't you think?
Are you thinking of wrangling, or rather, stealing them?
If you can coax them out of there, sure. Come on, I know you can sweet talk them out.
I could be holding a cube of sugar in my hand and they wouldn't budge, Kay.
Hey, it's a blue badger! Badger, get!
I really don't understand why she is so excited over this badger hunt. Speaking of badgers, there's a person inside of there.
Mr. Badger, I wonder if you might share with me what you saw?
He's doing that contorted wriggling dance again.
Aha!
Oh! You've uncovered my undercover identity, sir! I was the remain under that head, sir! Aren't you Officer Meekins? Sir! Mike Meekins, reporting for duty, sir! This man was a witness in one of the cases I headed 2 years ago. About the only thing I remember about this officer is that he often spoke and acted before he thought, which gave me a great deal of headaches.
Is he a friend of yours, Mr. Edgeworth?
I've met him in the courtroom once before. Why was he so upset when we unmasked him? Does he have something to hide?
Officer Meekins, why are you standing here wasting time?
Sir! Because I'm not a police officer right now, sir! I'm the Blue Badger! And I'm creating memories and dreams for the kids! That's never a waste of time, sir! I have a dream to become as big as Detective Gumshoe, sir! I was patrolling the scorchingly boring beat until a little while ago, when the dispatch radio on my shoulder crackled that the kidnappers had escaped, sir! I thought maybe this was my shot at making detective, sir. I rushed on over to join in, but when I got here, there was a sea of people already, and I couldn't spread my trademark friendliness and joy onto anyone.
It would seem that some people never change.
So why exactly are you in that ridiculous outfit? Sir! That's because, sir, I'm here to keep the visitors in good spirits, sir. And it's also to hide the fact that I'm an officer on the trail of a kidnapper, sir. I see. Agent Long is very wise to employ this sort of diversionary tactic. To be handed the role of the Blue Badger out of all the different disguises, sir? It's such an honor!
How long have you been standing here, officer?
Sir! For about 1 little hour, sir. That's around the time I woke up from being knocked unconscious. And I've been here ever since, sir. If that's true, then it's possible Officer Meekins saw the kidnappers escaping. However, sir, I must tell you I didn't see a thing, sir. I haven't asked you anything yet, officer. No. Right, I know you will, sir. He's hiding something from me. Officer Meekins, I insist that you tell me more about your recent movements. Sir, I've been playing the Blue Badger this whole time, sir, and getting into it, too. I patrolled the park all while wearing this costume, and about 1 hour ago, I came over here, sir. I haven't seen any suspicious-looking people this whole time, sir. But I did see a badger, sir. A lone Blue Badger. What you said just now is contradictory to the facts.
How so, Mr. Edgeworth?
This is what Officer Meekins' testimony contradicts.
Take that!
Officer Meekins, let's back things up. I'd like to ask you about your last statement.
Sir, of course, sir. If that's your wish, Mr. Prosecutor. This little patrolman will wait as long as I am, commanded to wait.
You said that you saw a Blue Badger, correct? And yes, if you take a look at this, what you saw was not supposed to happen. This park is supposed to have only one of each badger in it at any given time. Which means that as long as you are the Blue Badger, Officer Meekins, you should not have seen another Blue Badger wandering the premises.
What? Sir?
Then that would mean that there are 2 Blue Badgers walking around. But why?
Sir, it's so incredibly shiny, but it has a really ugly shape. I knew it. I was right to go for the much more manly police badge, sir. But I lose it a lot, and I just know I'm going to lose it for real one of these days, sir.
Mr. Edgeworth, I think there's half as one donut short of a baker's dozen.
I know. Believe me. I know. These can't possibly connect. Yeah, they don't. This set of tire tracks originating from the garage.
Aha! So that means a car left at the garage at some time, right?
Correct. But for the car to leave these tracks, it would mean that it left during the passing rain. That's the only explanation as to why these tracks are made of mud.
3 treads. I think we can also safely assume it's a special type of car.
Excuse me, but if you could just let me through here. Sorry, I can't let anyone through. Agent Long's orders.
I suppose I'll have to deal with this impasse for now.
badger that shouldn't exist. Clearly, the true identity of the person underneath is...
Oh, I know. It's one of the kidnappers, right? The person wore a costume to get away.
Precisely. After all, the costumes that went missing from the storage area are...
A blue badger, a proto-badger, and a bad badger.
Yes, those three.
So there are 3 phony badgers running around in the park somewhere, huh?
Now that we know that the kidnappers were wearing badger costumes, those footprints from earlier take on a new and very significant meaning.
Oh, you mean now we know which tracks belong to the kidnappers, right?
Yes. More than shoe prints, we need to follow the paw prints of badgers.
Okay, Mr. Edgeworth, it's time to use those footprints and go badger hunting. So we're looking for footprints made by the costume. Hey, I think I found them. There are 2 sets here.
They both do look like possible candidates.
This set is walking up to the west. Ah, it just stopped. I can't make head or tails of where it's headed from here.
I think we can assume it's headed towards the stadium.
I wonder where the other set leads. This one seems to be headed east. Huh? Thanks, Mr. Edgeworth. I've got him. I got one of the culprits.
Oh, no! I'm not a kidnapper, sir! Down, Kay. Clearly those footprints belong to Officer Meekins. But our criminals were each wearing a costume.
Aha! Maybe they came over to this garage for something?
That's what I would suppose. Officer Meekins, if you could step aside for a moment, we need to examine the garage. Sir! Roger Wilco, sir! Let's open the shutter and see what we find.
Maybe we'll find the kidnappers hiding inside. Ah!
Oh no, it's a murder! What in the... He seems to have stumbled across a dead body. He must be in severe shock to have been the first to find it. Now then, who is this man? It's Oliver! Mr. Armano, are you saying that this man is... Yes, he's my butler! How could something like this have happened? Indeed, and why was Mr. Deacon here to begin with? I'd better investigate this crime scene quickly before Agent Longer's men return. The kidnapper's footprints lead right to this garage, and right to a dead body. Is it possible one of the kidnappers is now a murder victim? From my cursory examination, I believe this man died of a fatal bullet wound. Preliminary findings data jotted down in my organizer.
You sure are calm for someone who's just found a body.
It's surprising what one can become accustomed to in the span of 2 days. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. As long as that Interpol agent has controlled this case, I'm not going to be able to have a real autopsy done on the victim. I'm no doctor, but let's see what I can piece together myself. There are 2 gunshot wounds, one in his abdomen and one in his shoulder.
That means he was shot twice?
No, I don't think so. I think the abdominal one is an entry wound, and the one near his shoulder is the exit wound.
Nice! I knew you could figure it out.
It comes with experience, and I've seen my share of crime scenes. Speaking of experience, this crime scene seems a bit too clean for a murder with a bullet wound came through. I should make a note of this oddity. This is an unusually shaped pendant.
What is it? Is it something valuable?
He seems to have regained some of her composure.
It looks like a horse pendant. It's got an antique feel about it, and it's really pretty. Hold on. This is made of platinum silver. Nice. It is worth something after all. Oh, and look. There's something written on the back. Colin Deveray. It's a name.
Colin Deveray? But this man's name is...
wheel. And it has 3 tires. So maybe you left those tire tracks behind? That's simply not possible. Huh? Why? Take a look at the tires. There's no mud stuck to them. Therefore, it must have been here since before it started to rain. Oh, gotcha! Good eye! It's a shame I don't see any other clues around. Miss Romano? This body.
Yes, that's my butler, Oliver. How could something like this have happened?
Indeed. And what was Mr. Deacon here to begin with?
Sir, I'm undercover as a blue badger now, sir. I must pretend to not know anything about anything, sir.
I mustn't respond to that. It would be like shooting fish in a barrel. Must be something I missed.
Eureka!
There's something not right about the name on the pendant. The victim is the Amano family butler, and his name is Oliver Deacon. But the name on the pendant is Colin Deveray. I wonder what's up with that. I don't know, but I think we've hit upon an important piece of information. Investigation complete. Lance, where are you, sweetie? Excuse me, but you are? The dump? Oh, this is bad. He's really good looking. Stop it, Lauren. Can't let yourself fall for a playboy like him. You're in love with... Sounds like someone doesn't know the meaning of the phrase inner monologue, huh? Sorry to interrupt your conversation, but might you be a friend of Lance? Yes, I'm Lance's girlfriend. My name is Lauren Pops. His girlfriend? Oh, it's not like that. We're more like friends, and we're not lovers or anything. We haven't gone that far yet. But I guess that's how people are going to see it, so I should just accept it. I even got this ring as a present from Lance. Woon. You know what she reminds me of? A cartoon character. Ugh. May I inquire as to why you are here? I haven't been able to get in contact with Lance lately, and I began to get really worried. Sob. I looked everywhere for him, and then I heard about the kidnapping, so I came here. Wow, you're really strong for having made it through all of this by yourself. Is it true? Has Lance really been kidnapped? No one is supposed to know, but yes, it's true. Oh, Lance! I can't believe you've been spirited away. I wonder how you're doing right now. Looks like she's gone back to the fair maiden in love routine. So, Miss Edgeworth, where do we go from here? Well, we found a body, so we should look into the murder.
My man brought me up to speed over the radio. And I have to say, you really should have called. I heard you found something very intriguing.
I have nothing to hide, Mr. Long. It's exactly what you see before you.
I'll take it from here. Yeah, that guy's really dead.
Act starts in 1 minute.
Hey, you waiting for an invitation? Hurry up and detain the suspect now.
Suspect? Who?
Officer Meeks! Meekins! Officer Meekins, is it? You're coming with us. What? Sir! I had nothing to do with it, sir!
Agent Long, don't you think you're being a bit rash? Do you even have a good reason to suspect Officer Meekins?
I leave that kind of stuff to you prosecutors. It's your job, after all. Like I said earlier, the crime scene isn't as forgiving as your precious courtroom.
That's your answer?
I know you like your logic and reasoning, but that sort of impractical fluff is not needed out here in the field. All you have to do is arrest suspicious person after suspicious person. That's how you eliminate crime for the streets.
Is
see how you unnecessarily arrest innocent people by mistake. Innocent people? Nonsense. There's no such thing as an innocent person. We've all got a blemish or two in our hearts. That's tyranny! I wouldn't allow such a thing to go on unchecked before my eyes! Too bad you don't call the shots around here. As I have sworn to uphold the laws of this land, I cannot allow you to take this man in. Okay, be right back. Okay, welcome back. Now you would arrest a man on false charges without even conducting an investigation? Have you no honor as a member of law enforcement? You, how dare you speak so disrespectfully to our Shifu? Hold it. You amuse me, Mr. Prosecutor. Long G says, every pack has its own rules. If you can play by the rules and come out on top, that is a true victory. Alright, I'll give your beloved laws a fair shake. I'll show you just how much investigating I've done. Through my line of logic. Long Long's logic. I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time. I can say it was shot at a single glance, but even you figure that much out, right? With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun. Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right? That is your reasoning? Call it as a rock. It's based on the philosophy of detainment.
What's this philosophy of detainment?
You don't know? In that case, pay attention, girlie. In my country, the criminals have a saying, beware of the wolf.
Why the wolf?
Because in my language, long means wolf, and you don't mess with me or my pack. And as for the detainment philosophy, its father is my honorable ancestor, Long Ji.
You'd think I have heard of him and his teachings if he is that famous.
Long G developed it as he worked to lock criminals away thousands of years ago. To this day, the Zhangfa police still train its recruits using his philosophy.
But thousands of years ago? That makes your story as believable as a fairy tale. Anything wears down and breaks over time. Do you really believe something as ancient as that can be applied to today's world?
You want to put it to a test?
Rebuttal.
I've seen a lot of bodies like the one being carted off in my time.
Hold it!
So what can you tell me about the body?
A lot. Even without an autopsy, I have my ways. They teach you the basics of forensics along with the detention philosophy.
Oh? Then you wouldn't mind telling me a little of what you figured out, correct?
I can say he was shot in a single glance, but even you figure that much out, right?
Hold it!
Yes, I think anyone who saw the bullet wounds would come to the same conclusion.
Not so fast!
Don't pat yourself in the back yet.
What's that supposed to mean?
Long G said, search where the water is deepest. You have to keep your eyes on the big fish that looks in the depths, which is the killer.
That right? And what would you know about the killer?
With your current gun laws, it's not exactly easy to get your hands on a gun.
Hold it!
It would appear you've studied a little of our laws.
Studied? Who needs to study what every child on each street corner already knows? Hee-haw!
The Federal Firearms Restriction Act.
That's it, the Federal Firearms Restriction Act. I hear it's not easy to get a gun these days.
Interesting. That woman is the one in charge of keeping track of the information.
Not unless you're a member of law enforcement like Officer Meekins, isn't that right?
Hold it!
If that's the case, there are plenty of other officers who might be potential suspects. You're not seriously going to arrest each and every one of them, are you?
As if I would need to. I've already looked into everyone else here.
Oh?
Other than Officer Meekins, I know no one else's weapon has been fired.
How did you check every single person's weapon in such a short span of time?
That's because each and every one of my subordinates is extremely capable. It didn't take more than a few minutes to conduct the entire investigation.
Power of sheer numbers. We have yet to check Officer Meekins' weapon, correct?
Thanks for reminding me. Hey you, show me your gun.
Oh! What's wrong? Why does he look so sickly pale all of a sudden?
Gun!
What did you say?
I can't hear you. Stop mumbling and spit it out already. Sir! I lost my gun, sir!
How could you be so irresponsible?
In the end, it looks like you're still the only suspect we've got. You're the one who waited here outside this garage to ambush and kill the victim.
Do you think that Officer Meekins waited here to kill the victim, do you, Long? I think this little accusation deserves a lot more scrutiny.
Officer Meekins ambushed the victim in his garage and killed him here with this gun.
Hold it!
You mean to tell me that the murder occurred here, in this garage?
From the fact that the suspect was found almost next to where the body was found, I'd say that it's pretty obvious that this is the crime scene. Long G says, a criminal always returns to the scene of the crime.
Hey! Finally, a quote even I've heard of before.
Furthermore, Long G says, successful investigations are the result of multiple returns to a crime scene.
It looks like neither detectives nor criminals have changed their ways over the millenniums. So this is the kind of conclusion the philosophy of detainment can lead you to. I don't get it, Mr. Edgeworth. Why are you putting yourself in the lines of Mr. Meekins? It's not that I particularly care about what happens to Officer Meekins. What? However, I can't simply stand by while Agent Long ignores our country's laws. Long. Just what sort of investigator are you?
An incompetent one?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, Agent Long, that is simply not possible.
What do you mean?
You've seen the crime scene for yourself. And while you were looking, did you not think to yourself that it was a little too clean?
Oh yeah!
So you did notice that there was too little blood. Do you still wish to claim that Officer Meekins committed the murder here? Because this isn't the crime scene. And if it was your men who led you to think it was, then I suggest you leave this case to the local police to set the record straight.
Not bad. I see your logic can be just as sound as mine. In that case, let me ask you this. Don't you think it's weird that Officer was hanging out around here in the first place?
Weird. How so?
Hey you! Your squad's not even supposed to be in this area, right? What were you doing neglecting your duties and loafing around here? Don't you dare give me some lame excuse like I found myself taking a walk. But sir, I really did take a walk, sir. You're a disgrace. How dare you take your pack obligations so lightly?
Officer Meekins is looking extra meek. Is he hiding something?
Mr. Edgeworth! Please, sir! Save me the way you did earlier, please, sir!
Officer Meekins, please give us a detailed account of what happened.
Sir! Not you too, sir!
Meekins' testimony.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir. I was told to check every square into the main gate area, sir. I also went looking for the kidnappers while stealing dreams in the blue badger mobile, sir. But I got completely caught up in my role, stealing dreams to the children, sir. Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
What is this blue badger mobile?
It's a moving store on wheels that sells sweet dreams and merchandise, sir.
Is the blue badger mobile just a roaming souvenir shop?
Sir, I swear I was chasing the kidnappers down while I was being a good dream merchant.
He seems rather worked up, even more than his usual hyperactive self. He sure seems sure of what he's saying. Can you try to calm down and lower your voice to a more reasonable level, officer?
Sir! Roger, sir.
Rebuttal.
It's true, sir. I wasn't assigned to this area, sir.
Hold it!
Alright then, where were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the main gate, sir.
You must mean the area with the bridge and the outrageous fountain. Okay, then why are you here in the Wild Wild West area?
It's because of a very deep reason, ma'am. I was told to check every spirit into the main gate area, sir.
Hold it!
Describe for me how you conducted your investigation.
Yes, sir. Well, first I made sure there were no suspicious-looking people in the area, sir. But the only people that seemed to gather around me were little girls, sir.
Well, what did you expect when you're dressed like a blue badger?
I thought I had no choice at that point, sir, so I also went looking for the kidnappers while selling dreams in the blue badger mobile, sir.
Hold it!
What exactly do you mean by selling dreams?
Sir, the blue badger mobile is where dreams are collected.
What?
Sweet, it's like you've never known accepting dreams, man. Like innocence drops. And bitterness found only in nightmares, ma'am. Like guilty jawbreakers. Stealing those as I push the blue badger mobile along is my sworn duty, ma'am. But I got completely caught up in my role, selling dreams to the children.
Hold
sir!
it.
You completely forgot to look for the kidnappers?
No, sir! Of course not, sir! I would never do something like that, sir! You're absolutely right.
Wow, you're good at this forcing people to confess things, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be frank, I'm just a little man, sir. I'm just a little guy. I'm better at selling kids a few small dreams than looking for a big crook, sir.
Hold it!
Enough wallowing in your own self-pity. Let's return to your testimony.
Yes, sir! Before I knew it, I found myself here in this area, sir.
Hold it!
How did you wind up all the way over here?
I was in the middle of a sea of kids, sir. But one of the kids decided to challenge me to a fight, sir. I had to run away from the child's painful drop kicks. Before I knew it,
the good old drop kick. I dished out my fair share of those when I was a kid. It was always the best when you felt one really connected with your opponent.
In any case, you wound up here for a reason completely unrelated to the investigation. Sir! That's right, sir!
That's not something you should be admitting with your head held high, officer. It sounds like he simply forgot about his real job and became the Blue Badger. However, there is one flaw in Officer Meekins' story, but I have the feeling that he'll need some prodding before he'll spill the beans.
Objection!
Officer Meekins, I would appreciate if you didn't tell such transparent lies.
Sir? I'm lying, sir?
Yes, you are. If you were really out there selling dreams with the Blue Badger mobile until recently, then what is it doing here inside the garage?
Ah! Actually, I had just lost track, sir.
Lost track of what?
By the time I realized the blue Badgermobile was nowhere to be found, sir.
Which would mean it was perhaps stolen?
And that's when I came back to this area, thinking maybe he was in the garage, sir. But that's when you found me, Mr. Edgeworth. Sir!
Not so fast!
A likely story. Who do you think is going to buy such a convenient tale as that?
So what exactly is so convenient about his story?
The car getting stolen. It's completely unbelievable, even for a cover story. But I think we can assume the car was used alright. Look at the dead body. What? You killed the victim at some distant location, Officer Meekins. And then you used the blue Badgermobile to transport it all the way here. Now then, you're coming with me. But it wasn't me! Sir, the killer, sir! It wasn't me, sir!
Agent Long, wait!
What do you want now?
We still don't know where the real scene of the crime is. Can't say we know all the facts of this case, let alone the truth.
I told you, truth smooth. I couldn't care less. Our job is to catch the crook. You will find out your precious truth after we arrest this guy and take him in. That's the job of you prosecutors in your fancy courts with your logic. As for us, we don't have that kind of time to waste. You boorish buffoon. I think you need to leave.
What?
We need to get the body to autopsy. You guys are getting in the way.
You would interfere with another one of my investigations?
Hey now, let's not forget who holds the actual authority to conduct investigations here. Ugh! I'm afraid the one doing the interrupting is you, my ignorant little pretty boy. No! Now be a good fancy boy and get out of my sight. You don't? I'll arrest you for obstruction of justice.
To be continued. March 13th, 1:22 p.m. Gatewaterland main gate.
Chased out like a pair of peasants.
Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Kay? There's something even thieves should never steal. You know what that is?
You really shouldn't steal anything. However, I'll buy it. What should a thief steal?
A life. It's too heavy of a burden on your soul to get away with, ever.
That's something we can agree on.
Well said, Kay.
No matter what we may try, murder is the one crime that can never truly be hidden. And I intend to prove that by my own hands. When I apprehend the murderer myself.
Alright, and I'm going to work extra hard to be a good assistant. Let's go!
I still never said she could be my assistant. I'm just going to drop the issue. The first thing we should do is locate the real scene of the murder. Mr. Edgeworth!
Detective Gumshoe!
Mr. Edgeworth! The stadium! Hurry, sir! This is supposed to be hush-hush, but they found a witness at the stadium!
A witness?
You, what did we tell you about leaving your assigned post? Oh, the jig is up! Mr. Edgeworth, remember that I'm always rooting for you, so go get him, sir!
Those detectives sure look like they're enjoying themselves.
It's not all fun and games, Kay.
Now then, let's head to the stadium and meet this witness. March 13th, 1:42 p.m. Stadium. I thought there was a witness here. Yeah, I don't see anyone. Mr. Edgeworth. Oh! Long time no see.
You are Miss Emma Skye, correct?
This girl is the younger sister of my former superior, Lana Skye. 2 years ago, we stood in the same courtroom together as witness and prosecutor. But I thought she had gone to Europe to study forensics. I can't believe you remember me, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course I do. How have you been? You look to be in good spirits. Are you still studying abroad? You bet. More than anything, I want to investigate crime scenes scientifically. I've been studying non-stop every day to become a top-notch forensic scientist. But it's spring break now, so I thought I'd come back for a bit. I see. I assume this is another Badgermobile? Yeah, but it's a different color than the Blue Badger's car.
Yes, this is the retina steering pink model.
I almost didn't recognize you. You've really grown in these past 3 years. Please don't tease me, Mr. Edgeworth. I know I still have a long way to go. But I'm going to be a super forensic scientist someday. You'll see. You seem to know Mr. Edgeworth really well. Are you two acquaintances? Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Emma Skye. Nice to meet you. I'm studying abroad now to be a forensic scientist. How about you? Wow, that's a great dream. My name's Kay Faraday, and I'm trying to become an unstoppable great thief. Great thief?
Don't think too hard on it, Emma. It's not worth the trouble.
In any case, we have much to catch up on. You bet we do.
So why are you here, Emma?
Well, I just happened to decide to come back home for spring break, and then I heard that you'd come back too, so I raced on over here. I had really wanted to welcome you back at the airport, but I had just missed you.
And how exactly did you know I was here?
Through the power of science, naturally. Never underestimate what science can do for you. I used these to track your footprints, and I followed them straight to you. This set is the greatest. It's so wonderfully scientific. You spray this chemical in the ground, and when you shine this special light on it, zing! The footprints light up like an electrified noble gas in a glass tube. It's almost like magic, scientifically speaking.
Forensic science has never seemed more ominous to me than at this very moment.
Emma, I'd like to ask you about what you witnessed. Huh? What are you talking about? Are you not the witness Detective Gumshoe told us about? Well, I did get a call from Detective Gumshoe earlier. It's practically yelling at me. Mr. Edward needs your scientific doohickeys right now, pal, he said.
What was that man thinking?
Or rather, not thinking? Let me guess, there's been a murder, right? Yes, unfortunately. There's a sudden glint in her eyes. But I need to keep my mind focused on the witness. Now, where did that person go? What's that off in the distance? Oh! The pink badger. Oh, hey, it's the pink badger! Badger, get!
Badger, 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 badger. Just what does she see in these silly things?
I think this badger has something to say to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Are you by chance the witness I've been searching for?
Sorry, but I don't speak badger dance. I can't take being inside that stuffy head anymore. You're... No! Why her? Why here right now? I first met this woman 3 years ago. She was a witness in one of my cases. She has since gone out of her way to pop up unexpectedly and cause me great grief. Edgy Poo! Why couldn't you understand what I was trying to tell you? I mean, really? I was trying so hard to keep the kids' dreams alive by staying in character, but you couldn't pick up on what I was trying to convey to you. I'm sick and tired of that roundabout way of talking, so I'm just gonna be direct. I had a bad feeling before, but this just made it official. Today has gone beyond the typical not my day into the realm of waking nightmare.
So you're a friend of Mr. Edwards too, Miss Pink Badger?
You could say that, but right now I'm just a Pink Badger dearie. You may look the part, but I know better than to trust my eyes around this woman. My name is Wendy Old Bag, but you can call me Wendy, or Granny, or whatever suits your fancy.
Nice to meet you, Miss Old Bag. I'm Kay Faraday.
Why do I care about a young whippersnapper like you?
Eesh, I was just trying to be polite.
Weren't you a security guard at one of the Gatewater hotels last time we met? I go where I'm needed. I'm very good at what I do, unlike the youth today. I get called in all the time to fill in when there aren't enough hands. But enough about me, Edgy Poo. I'm thoroughly detected right now. I finally get the chance to see you again, and here you are, talking with 2 young girls. Men are all the same. Doesn't matter how with young girls, why just the other day, come not for you want to engage in that when 18-year-old, what do you see in her at all? It's just the person takes one.
You seem to attract all sorts of interesting people, Mr. Edgeworth.
Hey, please, I'm begging you. By all means, do not provoke her any further.
Aren't you forgetting about something, Mr. Edgeworth? This person could be the witness.
Honestly, I hope she isn't, but I don't think Fate is going to be so kind today. I saw what happened. I even saw the exact moment it happened. How's that?
No, it's true. She is the witness.
I don't suppose I can afford to ignore the old bag. Yes, it was just a little while ago. I saw it happen right in front of me. The moment of the murder.
You mean to say that you witnessed someone being killed right before your eyes? Sounds like a pretty important piece of testimony to me.
What old bag witnessed? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw 2 men facing each other in that area. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot, and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
Looks like we hit the jackpot, huh, Mr. Edgeworth?
Yes, I can't afford to ignore what she has to say. Unfortunately. Well, that is unfortunately you tacked on at the end supposed to mean, Edgy Poo.
Well, anyway, let's see what we can find out from this little old lady.
Rebuttal. I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell a sweat, your hip creaks with pain, even begins to dream about work.
That's the kind of story that would scar a child for life, you know?
Well, that's why I chose to come take my break here, whippersnapper. I don't plan on playing the part of the dead badger in front of a bunch of kids.
So what did you see while you, the Pink Badger, were resting?
Oh yes, that. Well, as I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area.
Hold it!
You saw two men? Can you describe them for me?
They looked like your average Joes, completely uninteresting and not worth fawning over. I'm telling you, they were so boring that I don't even remember much beyond that.
But did they have any special features? Anything you can recall would be very helpful.
Oh my, don't tell me you're jealous of these two men.
Hey, she's right. You do seem pretty worked up over them, Mr. Edgeworth.
I'm not worked up over anyone, and I'm not jealous. It's alright, Edgy Poo. Those two were just foals compared to a stallion like you. I thought so little of them that I lost interest the instant I laid eyes on them. Suddenly, there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground.
Hold it!
You're claiming to have seen the exact moment in which the murder took place?
Absolutely! That gun made a terrible racket when it was fired.
You didn't try to go help the person that got shot?
I'm only one person, you smart alecky brat! What could I have done? But I took off as soon as I could to find someone who could help.
Two men, one bullet. It's all consistent with what we found out from the body. Sadly, there wasn't exactly a lot of new information to go on in your testimony.
Well, if I saw the guy again, I'm sure I could identify him for you. I mean, how do you expect me to remember anything without something to jog my memory?
Self-centered, aren't we? While it was somewhat useful, her testimony also presents us with a new problem. Mr. Edgeworth! Yes? So about this new problem. What is that giant grin on your face for? You want me to show you something really nice?
No, thank you.
Don't be so mean! I swear it's something you're going to like!
What is that gadget you're holding?
Did you see before you used the secret weapon of a great thief?
Ah, I should have known it would be worthless.
Aw, don't be like that! What do you think now?
What is it doing? It's projecting something into the air.
I'm going to input the necessary information to run the simulation now. Once I'm done, I'll increase the size of the projection to its maximum size. Dark skies of evening, when no other bird dares take wing. One alone remains all-seeing. Now witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood.
What the fuck? What is this?
This is a recreation of the murder based on the info I inputted into Little Thief.
Little Thief? I dare say I think you're taking the Robin Hood thing a bit too far.
Little Thief was actually meant to be a simulator for me to plan my thefts. But I suppose if I used it like this... Let's see, Miss Oldbag said the two men were facing each other. And then a gunshot rang out and the victim fell to the ground.
Ah, so with this we can inspect the crime scene as it was in the past.
So what do you think?
I have to say I'm impressed by the technology thieves have access to these days.
Well, what is the super secret weapon of the mighty Yatakarasu?
Indeed.
Oh, but if there isn't enough information, or if something is out of place, the recreation can come out a little strange.
In other words, I can use this to authenticate the validity of a witness's testimony?
You got it. You really catch on quick, Mr. Edgeworth.
Right now, the simulation is a recreation of that witness's testimony. So now I shall re-examine everything. And if I find anything illogical or strange, I can then ask for clarification.
Feel free to examine anything in the simulation in the way you always do. You can even present evidence when you find a contradiction. And if you find something, I've got Little Thief with me, so you just let me know, okay? Begin investigation.
According to the testimony, the victim fell to the ground here.
That's right, but
if that's the case, then we've already found our first contradiction.
Huh? What? Where?
If this is the real scene of the crime, there's something missing that should be here. Which piece of evidence shows the missing item?
Take that!
This is the contradiction.
Is something wrong with my recreation?
If this is the real scene of the crime, something specific should be here. If you think back, how did we deduce that the other crime scene was not the real one?
Oh, I get what's missing now. There's no blood on the ground here either, right?
Right. The fact that there is no blood here casts doubt on the witness's testimony. Auntie Pooh, how can you doubt me like that? Are you calling me a liar? I know what I saw, and I saw the victim get shot. Down.
You know, I don't think she's lying, Mr. Edgeworth.
To be honest, I can't think of a reason why she would lie to me. In that case, maybe there is another explanation for the distinct lack of blood.
It's the silhouette of the killer with his gun at the ready.
Hey, is it not possible to recreate the face of the killer?
Well, I can't exactly input what we don't know into Little Thief.
He has a point.
It looks like they broke the stage down. I guess this means they're done for the day.
Or maybe it's because a different show is scheduled to start its run tomorrow. Possibly the victim was wearing a costume?
Do you really think that Mr. Deacon was one of the kidnappers?
I think we can reasonably assume there is a very good chance that he was. And that if he was shot while he was inside one of those stolen costumes,
then Mr. Deacon's blood would be inside the costume instead of on the ground.
Precisely. Now if only we could prove that the victim was wearing a costume.
You think it'd be pretty easy if we could find some footprints? But the problem is finding them, since there doesn't seem to be any around.
Footprints, huh? I wonder how we go about finding some of those.
This is amazing! Just feel the power of science.
Emma, about that method you were talking about for finding footprints?
Finally my expert knowledge of forensics is needed.
Yes, well, can you detect some traces in partial footprints?
Leave it to me! My cutting-edge detection kit can find anything.
Very well, if you could please analyze the footprints in this area.
Okay, stand back now and witness the power of science at work. Hey, I found something. Look right there.
I don't see anything.
Oh, that's right. Here, put these special glasses on, Mr. Edgeworth.
These footprints here were definitely left by a badger costume.
Judging with the way the prints are layered, those seem to be the newest.
And we can conclude that the victim was definitely wearing a costume at the time.
Okay, in that case, I'll update Little Thief's simulation parameters. Can't wait to see what we find out from this new info.
Investigation complete. So the victim was wearing a costume when he died.
And with that, we should be one step closer to the truth, right?
I see the recreation has changed in accordance with the new information. We may be closer, but now something else has caught my attention. What do you want? Your testimony, naturally. I'd like to hear it one more time, if you please. What old bag witnessed? I came to the stadium to take a short break. As I was resting, I happened to glance over and I saw two men facing each other in that area. Suddenly there was a loud gunshot and the person who was shot fell to the ground. It was a very terrifying experience, let me tell you.
So, does this mean that Miss Oldbag's testimony has a contradiction in it?
Yes, and I believe our best course of action is to compare it with your recreation.
See? I just knew Little Thief would be of help. Now let's see if we can pull more info from Miss Oldbag to put into recreation.
For that, we must first find the contradiction in her testimony.
Rebuttal!
I came to the stadium to take a short break.
Hold it!
You mean you took a break from being the Pink Badger? You may not think it, but it's hard work keeping kids' dreams alive. You smell sweat, you're... oh. How did you know they're men?
Objection!
men. How did you know the gender of the two people involved? Seeing as how the victim was wearing a costume at the time. Oh! Furthermore, I have another matter I'd like to inquire about. I'd very much like to know why you failed to mention the costume in your testimony. Oh! I'm beginning to doubt if you really witnessed the murder at all. But I'm telling you, I really did see it. I saw it with my very own eyes. From a seat in the second tier. Second tier? Hey, didn't you say you saw it right in front of you earlier? That was, I was using the phrase in a metaphorical sense. I see our witness still has a screw loose in the metaphorical sense. The cushy seats in the second tier are reserved for hotshot VIPs, which is exactly why I go there now and then, to take a nap. Can't see how you could have gotten a good look from there. It's so high up. Were you able to see even the victim's costume from way up there? Well, I know I saw two people, but I couldn't really see what they looked like because they were in the stage's shadow. My eyesight isn't what it used to be, you know? Not like when I was younger. People use a good man with talent. Also noticing their flash and try to make them move, but it's not that easy with the judgmental eye. Let's return to our investigation, shall we, Kay? You got it. Begin investigation. This new silhouette of the victim is in the costume. The silhouettes can change depending on the information I input. The little thieves can recreate more than just people. But let's get away. You may even find more info which can make a more accurate sim. Alright, sounds like a plan. This is amazing! Just feel the power of science. Thanks to you, I'm able to proceed with my investigation once again. Thank you. It was nothing. I'm just glad that science and I could be of service. Pretty amazing how we could see the footprints. But what's the secret behind that thing? Oh, you want to know? Here, you can read the manual. Very interesting. So if I do this, I can avoid leaving footprints. I can't seriously be trying to use information that her advantage as a thief. Wait. If that woman's testimony is to be believed, the murder occurred before the stage was broken down. Do you want me to input that bit of info into Little Thief? Yes, if you please. Okay. There is clearly a contradiction here. Please stop stealing my lines. Oh, come on. It wasn't that hard to see it coming, even for a layman like me. I suppose. In any case, it's not possible for the killer to have stood here in that way, because there was a very real stage set up in this spot at the time. Yeesh, I told you I got it. Do you feel the need to explain everything? Yes, well, in any case, we still need to resolve this unusual situation. Isn't it obvious? The killer was on top of the stage, naturally. Right, Miss Oldbag? Yes, I remember now. The killer was standing on top of the stage. See? Now let me update the info in the simulation. Investigation complete. Well, what have we here? A bunch of hooligans running amok, I see.
Agent Long, how nice of you to join us.
Well, I can't have you going around messing up my crime scenes.
Agent Long, we've discovered that the real scene of the murder is here, the stadium.
I see. Thanks.
For what?
I'm just trying to show you my appreciation for all the time you saved me. Who knew that such a strange little toy could recreate a crime scene like that?
Little Thief is not a toy.
You too, sir. And there you have it. You see? Big boys like me don't need silly toys, little girl. Now this is a recreation.
So what? Do you still intend to assert that Officer Meekins is the killer?
Of course. Even knowing that the crime took place here doesn't let him off the hook.
Agent Lung's logic.
This is the real scene of the crime. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from up on high. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
How far will we go to accuse Officer Meekins of the crime?
He's the most likely suspect we've got, especially given the situation with his gun.
Well, even if he is the killer, at least my recreation was on the mark.
You see? Thank you for understanding, my little crow girl.
I'm not some common crow. I'm the Takarasu, the Raven of Legend. Unfortunately, your conclusion is yet to be tested. Let's see how well it holds up. Rebuttal.
This is the real scene of the crime.
Hold it!
Looks like we found the real crime scene first.
Huh! Brag all you want, but we don't have all that free time unlike the two of you.
You know what you remind me of? A dog licking his wounds as it whimpers home.
Well, I guess I should be thankful for all the time you saved me. Good shit. That's how we say thanks in my country.
You're welcome. I hope he realizes we didn't do all of this for him.
But I'm here now, so I'll be taking over. As I was saying, this is where the crime took place. Officer Meekins lay in wait for the victim on top of the stage.
Hold it!
Lying in wait? How did Officer Meekins even know the victim was going to come here?
Simple. He was investigating the kidnappers, right? And while he was doing so, he came to understand the victim, Mr. Deacon's movements.
Objection!
Ha! And why would the good officer want to ambush and kill a kidnapper?
Not so fast!
You mean his motive? Who knows, and who cares? You can find that out for yourself when you talk to him in jail.
You have no respect for the order of law.
Don't get me wrong, but I need more than there's no motive to convince me otherwise.
He's right. The lack of motive is a rather weak argument by itself.
But the officer lay in wait on top of the stage. And when the victim finally showed, he shot him from on high.
Hold it!
So you agree with how our recreation turned out?
Like I said, I'm grateful that you were able to save me some time.
Alright, but we still don't know why he chose to wait on top of the stage.
Who cares? Maybe he wanted to become the Blue Badger. Who's to say he didn't see the stage and decided to put on a Badger stage show of his own?
Or maybe there's a completely different reason.
What does it matter? It still doesn't change the fact that Officer Meekins stood up on that stage and shot the victim on the ground below. That's the truth your little recreation showed.
Hold it!
So you honestly believe that what you're saying is what really occurred?
Hey, you're the ones who came up with this scenario. Are you saying you doubt yourself?
Touché. Unfortunately, Agent Long's conclusions do not contradict with our recreation. Then does that mean it all went down just as he says? No, not quite. I wonder if what we had recreated earlier was the whole truth.
Objection!
I'm terribly sorry, Agent Long. I should have warned you that our recreation is incomplete. You cut in quite unexpectedly, after all.
What's that supposed to mean?
You said that the victim was shot by the killer from on above, correct? I hate to break it to you, but that's not possible. Huh? Why not? Recall Mr. Deacon's body, specifically where the gunshot wounds were located. Actually, I didn't get that good of a look. Oh, well then. The bullet entered Mr. Deacon in his abdominal region and exited his right shoulder. This is more consistent with an angled shot from beneath the victim. Then, yes, our recreation had the victim being shot at an angle from above. A clear contradiction!
You're discounting your own conclusions?
No, this one's point is the only flaw. This was a mistaken parameter in our recreation. Yes, the locations of the killer and the victim were wrong.
Oh, I get it. I see what you're trying to say.
I believe the killer and the victim were standing opposite to what we initially thought. It was the victim who was on top of the stage as he was being shot by the killer. If this is what happened, it also explained the positioning of the gunshot wounds. But then, what about the footprints? Since footprints don't lie, we can assume then that the killer also wore a costume. Okay, I'll try using that data instead. Judging by the fact that both the killer and the victim were wearing costumes, I'd say it was a killing between the two kidnappers. That would be the most natural conclusion. Wouldn't you agree, Agent Long?
Well done, Mr. Prosecutor. But that alone doesn't clear Officer Meekins of the crime.
Another bit of proof.
I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badger mobile. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie. He drove the Blue Badger mobile here and committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
You believe he moved the body with the car?
That's right. It was Officer Meekins himself who pointed us to the way he did it.
The three-tired tread marks are very telling. However, is the Blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? Rebuttal.
I ask that you take another good look at the tire marks over there.
Hold it!
The tire marks?
Yes, the tire marks. The ones there behind the stage. They were hidden up until now by the various pieces of stage equipment. As for when they were made,
they must have been made after the rain had begun to fall, correct?
Yes, and probably around the same time as when the killer's footprints were made. The tires on that Blue Badgermobile probably got pretty muddy because of that. I say it's the Blue Badgermobile because, well, that's pretty obvious too. The 3 marks are indicative of the Blue Badgermobile.
Hold it!
3 tire marks. I have to agree the Blue Badgermobile has 3 tires.
Of course! The only thing in this part that can make those marks is that roving shop.
Objection!
Are you forgetting that there are in fact 3 of them? You can't simply ignore the pink and the proto-Badgermobiles, Agent Long.
Not the best!
Of course! I didn't say it couldn't be either of the other 2. But I see no reason to drag them into this just to complicate things. That story Officer Meekins told about that shop on wheels getting stolen was just a lie.
Hold it!
Of course, you have some sort of proof that it was all a lie, correct?
Of course not.
Well, that was blunt.
But suppose it is a lie. It would explain a lot of things, like his movements and his whereabouts. He drove the Blue Badgermobile here and committed the murder.
Hold it!
So you still claim that the tire marks belong to the Blue Badgermobile?
They must have arrived on the scene right after the ground had become wet with rain. Officer Meekins committed the murder. Then he used the car to move the body to the garage in the Wild Wild West area.
Hold it!
Besides the Blue Badgermobile, there are other ways the body could have been moved.
Not the best!
Recall what the Wild Wild West area looked like. Only the Blue Badgermobile and Mr. Deacon's body were in the garage. I'd say that's proof.
I suppose if one were to look at that place, that would be the only logical conclusion. However, my experience tells me that the truth is usually not so easily found. Is there some sort of problem with Agent Long's statement with regards to that scene? Looks like the only thing that car was selling was death, not dreams. Only if what Agent Long believes turns out to be true. The 3 tired tread marks are very telling, however. Is the Blue Badgermobile the only thing capable of creating such a pattern? I'm not sure.
Objection!
Sorry, Agent Long, but that's an impossible tale.
And why is that?
Those tire marks could not have been left by Officer Meekins' blue Badgermobile. One look at the car would have told you so. What proves that the blue Badgermobile had never been to the stadium?
Take that!
Take a good look at the tires. There's not a single dollop of mud to be found on it. If this car had come to the backstage area and left those tire tracks, then the lack of mud on these tires stands out as very peculiar indeed.
Then how do you explain the tire tracks, genius?
Hey, I've got it! What about this old back pink Badgermobile?
Don't be ridiculous. I was sitting the entire time in the second tier seats.
Indeed, I believe we can rule her out as someone related to the crime. However, there is yet one more roving store, as I recall. Oh! You mean the Proto Badger? That's right, there was one more parking space inside that garage, and it proves the existence of a Proto Badgermobile. Agent Long, I suggest you find this Proto Badgermobile post-haste. There must still be some sort of incriminating evidence in it. Hey, did you hear something?
Help! Help me.
Are you alright?
Well, this is something. Looks like we found our kidnapping victim. Where were you all this time? Well, with kidnappers.
He was in the room next to the one I was held in?
Ran away using underground and got lost. The kidnappers. What is it? I can't understand what you're trying to say. The kidnappers escaped wearing costumes. Did you see the faces of your kidnappers? No, I didn't see their faces. But two. One was a woman.
A woman?
What an important piece of testimony. Hey, what are you guys doing? Stop standing there and get your cops on this already. I'll even let you guys have what the kid said just now. Consider it a gift. Now, are you going to get out of my crime scene or am I going to have to get rough?
Again? You're nothing but a big bully. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go.
Oh, no, not you. You're a very important witness for my case. I'm not about to let you get away that easily.
Don't count on me to testify because I won't. Not for you.
That's right. I won't either. You hear me, you young whippersnapper? Hey, calm down. There's no need for all this hostility. I just want to take a statement from each of you. I'm not going to rough either of you up. I give you my word. Come now, fair maidens. What do you say? Will you cooperate? Fair maidens? Ah, you little rascal. You should know the way into a woman's heart. Long G says, the passage of time is but a fleeting moment, and a lady is young forever. Trying to outdo my etiquette with your fancy-smancy sayings. Let's get this over with, so we're clear. I'm only interested in giving my statement. Sure, just as soon as Mr. Prosecutor leaves us be.
Miss Edgeworth. To be continued. March 13th, 2:34 p.m. Wild West area. Looks like we got the boot again. With Lance saved, the focus of the investigation will shift solely onto the murder. You mean the infighting between the kidnappers? Objection! Hello? Nice objection. Yes, and also the identity of the remaining kidnapper.
Miles, my boy! Tell me it's true. Tell me that you've really found my boy. Yes, Mr. Amano. We found him earlier in the stadium.
And our little Lance is unhurt?
He's not exactly the picture of perfect health, but his life is not in danger. She did it. It was her. She's the murderer. He's being questioned right now by Agent Long.
Our Lance! It must have been so horrible for him. Locked up like a...
Miles, my boy, I can't thank you enough. It was nothing. I'm still in shock over what happened to Oliver. But I have to say, I'm relieved that Lance is alright. Oh, that's right! I mustn't forget to pass this on to Lance as soon as the police are finished with him.
A letter?
The way Lance is being chased after by women reminds me of someone I know. I almost can't believe he received yet another love letter, you know? Here, take a look for yourself.
Is this a breach of confidentiality?
It's a very simple love letter.
Oh, hey, let me see. That's really weird. It's from a loan company, Tender Lender. Looks more like a collection bill to me. He loves me not. He loves me not. Aw, that's the 12th one. Oh, you can't give up, Lauren. Just one more try.
Excuse me, but I can't help but feel a bit sorry for all the flowers he's gone through.
Suppose you were me, then blush.
I believe you said that you were Lance's girlfriend when we first met, correct?
Yes, I am. Oh, it's not like we both think of each other as lovers. But he did give me this ring, so I guess we're not just friends, either. I mean, because this isn't just any ordinary ring. It's a ring pop. It tastes so sweet when you lick it. It's so wonderful.
You mean to tell me that he gave you a lollipop ring?
So which is it? Have you guys not decided if you're going out, or is it just one-sided?
Decided? Shouldn't the parties involved naturally just know?
My father used to work for Mr. Amano, so Lance and I grew up together. I said it out loud.
I don't see how that's anything to be embarrassed about. So your father was an employee of the Amano Group? What did he do?
I heard his job was to fly around the world on Pegasus.
But Pegasus?
Oh, Pegasus was the name of the airplane. The airplane belonged to the company. You had me there for a second. And how? It's all changed. Father isn't around anymore. Oh, I see. About 10 years ago, he rode in Pegasus off to somewhere and never returned.
Riding Pegasus to whereabouts unknown. Those are the stuff legends are made of.
It's so long. I don't think I'd recognize him if we were ever to meet again. I'm so sorry, Lauren. But I won't give in to the sadness. I have to live. Yes, Lauren, live.
About this incident.
Incident? But isn't the kidnapping already over and dealt with? I've been here the whole time, so I'm afraid I don't know much about any other incidents.
How did you come to know that Lance had been kidnapped?
Oh, that's because of my woman's intuition.
You based everything on that?
I know everything when it comes to my Lance. It's really strange. It really must be destiny. Lush. You started fantasizing again. So what are we going to do now, Mr. Edgeworth?
We already established that there's a good chance that the killer is the other kidnapper. It's my duty to figure out who this other person is. I believe there is one location that might hold a clue or two. The obvious location is the kidnapper's hideout.
Ad starts in 1 minute. But we're still not allowed in, remember?
Agent Long and his men should be done with this area. In that case, there is no harm in asking that officer over there to let us in. What do you have to report? Sir, nothing unusual or out of the ordinary, sir. Where have I heard such redundancy before? Is it possible for you to let us take a look around inside? Sure, roger, sir. That was surprisingly hassle-free. Are you certain? Didn't Agent Long order you to not to allow me in? Sure, that's true, sir, but Detective Gumshoe asked me personally to let you in, sir. And I could refuse a request from him. Wow, looks like Detective Gumshoe has a following. Furthermore, I was asked to give this document to you, sir. What is this? The man in this picture, isn't this Mr. Oliver Deacon? Colin Deveray, sex male, dominant hand right. Why is that relevant? Okay, be right back.
Okay, we're back. Height, 5'8". Weight, 123.45 pounds. Whereabouts unknown after his escape from Penn E. Dent's prison. Stole a gun from a guard during his escape. We thought he might head for where his wife and sole daughter are, but despite our surveillance, he has yet to show up. The name here says Colin Deveray. That's the same name as the one in the back of the pendant. It appears that Colin Deveray was his real name. What's this? He was convicted in the case 10 years ago and sent to prison. What? Then what was he doing here? Apparently he broke out of jail and then just vanished. He must have become Oliver Deacon to cover up the fact that he was an escaped felon. Now I'm not sure what's going on anymore. Is there some sort of link between the victim's past and his current case? These police documents are rather detailed. I should take the time to give them a thorough read eventually. It's fine, let's focus on one thing at a time, starting with the kidnapper's hideout. Yeah, let's look at that, Is that it? Okay, that's it. Yeah, I agree. We should investigate first, think later. More than thinking things through, I think you should try remembering things first. Now then, if you could please unlock the door, officer.
It was locked up until a little while ago, but since then the door's been wide open, sir.
I'm not sure I follow what it is you're saying. Could you explain in a bit more detail?
Sure, the door was locked down tight when they went to check out the room. So they got about 10 officers to help out and break the door down, sir. I see. I guess that means I get Agent Long's leftovers. Well, let's see what we find. March 13th, 2:55 p.m., Kidnapper's Hideout. This is where the kidnappers plan their foul deed. While you were tied up for a while in the room next door, hee hee. Hey, please. Must you bring that up again? Now then, down to business. There might still be some clues left in this room. Let's try to find out what we can of the other kidnapper's identity. Begin investigation. Ooh, they have barrels like these just outside. Yes, and? Well, I know I already asked you when we were out there, but if these were real, what would you put in them? There's an expectant gleam in her eyes. I'm about to dash. Hey, there's a trapdoor in this room, too. It's not a trapdoor, it's an entrance to an underground passage, Kay. I know that. The door leading to the outside world was locked. So Lance must have escaped his prison through here. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. Wow, whoever lined these up did it perfectly. They're not even a single hair off. I feel bad using these because it'd be like stealing the perfection away. I suspect it's more like you wouldn't want to be the one to put them away. Watch out, Mr. Edgeworth! It's a broken mirror. It probably came from the haunted house. Why is this here? Are they planning to repair it? A sign advertising the photo rally. Something I have absolutely no interest in. Yeah, but I do. I'm going to get my hands on the rest of the Badger family. You'll see. He definitely brings a decidedly different atmosphere to a criminal investigation. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Folding chairs, and by the looks of it, they were probably used by the kidnappers. There are 3 chairs set around the table. Deep styrofoam cups. Looks like only 3 cups were used. I wonder what this key is to. You got me. It reminds me of the key we found in the other room. That's it! This must be the key for one of those trapdoors. That wasn't a trapdoor. You only call it one because you quite literally jumped into it. Hey, but isn't that what you're supposed to do when you see one? I am not having this conversation with you. A poster of Gatewaterland is stuck on the wall. Intrigue, fun, prestige. Gatewaterland has it all, and it's waiting for you. It's not especially catchy, is it? This must be where they dispose of old and worn-out costumes. So sad! It would seem that they throw the costumes away in pieces. Beyond this door is where the kidnappers held you after getting the jump on you. Don't you keep reminding me? But it's the room where I got to see your awesome face. You didn't need to remind me of that mortifying moment either. This door is thoroughly broken thanks to the police who forced it open. Looks like a sword. A broken sword. Strange. Why would it be broken like that? Swords don't usually break on their own. That's true. Alright then, let's think about it in this way. Maybe it broke when someone was trying to use it for or on something. Hypotheticals aren't going to get us anywhere. Perhaps we should think more on this later. The panel that hid the entrance to the underground is propped up and wide open. Be careful where you step, Kay. I only fell into that other opening once, you know? That doorknob panel thingy is looking pretty beat up. I suppose that's what happens when 10 officers break their way in with brute force. Hey, that's odd. The lock on this is completely fine. Look, not a single dent. But how is that possible after what that officer told us? Yeah, if the lock had been in use when the door was busted down, then the lock itself should be completely wrecked. So the lock on the door leading to the outside is undamaged. How can that be?
police had to force their way into an unlocked room. One look at the pristine door lock, and anyone can see that it was not in use at the time. But the policeman outside said that it took 10 men to get it open. A door that was locked tight despite it being not locked at all. It can only be because of this. Oh, you mean... Yes, it was used to jam the door. Here, take a look at the door handle. Do you see how the handle is completely destroyed? That's how the sword broke. The common denominator between the cups and folding chairs is the number 3. Speaking of which, the number of missing costumes is also 3. Wait, but I thought there were only 2 kidnappers. Indeed. Something isn't adding up. Literally. Is it possible there is a 3rd kidnapper that Lance didn't see? I thought that we might uncover the true identity of the kidnappers, but instead we've only uncovered more questions that need to be answered. Ah!
What is it? Well, Mr. Edgeworth, am I correct?
What are you doing, suddenly popping out of the secret entrance like that?
This is an underground passage used by staff members, sir. We badgers also make use of it in our duties.
Look, why don't you get out of there first, and then we'll talk, okay?
I beg your pardon, sir. I mean, miss.
Proto Badger, get! Alright, only one more to go. What are you getting all excited about? Did you forget? The photo rally, duh! See, look, now all I have to do is get a picture of the Bad Badger and I'm done.
Ah, yes. I vaguely recall a contest or something of that sort. But what? It's gone! But where did it go?
What happened? What's wrong?
A Bad Badger costume is missing, sir.
Oh, is that all? Well, it's missing because the kidnapper stole it.
I heard about how they were stolen. But they said that only 3 of the costumes had been taken.
What? Is he saying that more than 3 of them are gone?
Mr. Proto Badger, please tell me a little more about these costumes you used.
What did you mean by a Bad Badger costume is missing?
Why, just what I said, sir. We are 1 Bad Badger short. Counting the spares, we have 2 of each costume on hand at all times.
Okay, so because one of them is walking around in the park, the other should be in that room.
Actually, both of them should be in that room.
Huh? What do you mean?
Normally, we don't use the Bad Badger costumes. In fact, we only use them during a certain event at a set time each day. It's a stage show where the Bad Badger wreaks havoc around the park. And the other badgers must work together to apprehend him, sir.
I'm speechless that such a show exists.
Well, sir, I was just trying to explain to you the only time we use that costume.
But doesn't that make it near impossible to take a picture of the Bad Badger?
Fortunately, I can't believe that it's this close to showtime and there's no costume. Oh dear. What am I to do, sir?
All this basically means is that the kidnapper stole 4 costumes in total. Then, are you saying that there are 4 kidnappers?
No, I don't think that's very likely.
Oh? Recall the costumes for a minute. The stolen ones, you mean? What proves that a 4th kidnapper does not exist?
Take that!
If you had 4 people and you had wanted to steal a 4th costume, wouldn't you naturally go for the full set and steal a pink badger costume instead? Yeah, that makes sense. And yet, the kidnappers decided to steal another Bad Badger. I believe the culprits needed 2 Bad Badger costumes, but the question is, why? The second Bad Badger costume. I believe it may be closer at hand than we think. What do you mean? That costume in the trash. Wouldn't you say that it's wearing some very telltale pants? Hey, you're right! Let's get it out of there and take a look. As I suspected, it's a Bad Badger costume. Well, minus the head. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. Unused folding chairs lean against the wall in their folded state. The ones over by the table probably came from this stack. There are 3 folding chairs over on this side. I can't say they were arranged nearly as nicely as their siblings to the right. You think so? I think they're just fine, like a bunch of peach chairs ought to be. I'm beginning to think you must keep a most chaotic room. Hey, don't slander and sigh at me all in one shot! Look, its hand is hurt.
It looks more like something was ripped off of it.
I wonder why this bad badger costume's right hand is torn up like that. Maybe it's a flesh symbol for a fight with the blue badger. I always knew the blue badger was one ferocious beast.
I somehow doubt that even real badgers are as bloodthirsty as that, Kay.
Eureka!
Oh, never mind.
Eureka!
What is the contradiction?
Eureka!
I don't know what the contradiction is.
Eureka! Eureka!
What is the answer to this?
Eureka! Eureka! Eureka!
I believe what we have here is an inconsistency. Between what? Look carefully. Our costume is now holding something in its right hand that it should be. Oh, the gun! Precisely. The bad badger was designed to always hold the gun in his right hand. However... You there! Did you remove the gun from this bad badger's right hand?
No, I did not, sir. The gun is supposed to be securely attached to the costume.
As I thought. The rip itself confirms my hypothesis that the gun was forcibly removed. Mr. Proto-Badger, the gun is of course not a functioning weapon, correct?
Absolutely not, sir. It's just a model gun. However, it can fire blanks. We need to use them for the stage show.
It seems that our kidnappers also had a need for the model gun, my dear costume friend. Investigation complete. I think we're about done with this room. So what's next? Well, we found a few answers, but there are still a few things left that we have to ask a certain person about. Let's go, Kay. March 13th, 3:34 p.m. Wild Wild West area.
Mr. Good? Mr. Edgeworth, sir! You've gotta hurry, sir. Come on!
What is it, detective?
They got a blue badger costume down in front of the main gate, sir.
What? Isn't that what one of the kidnappers was wearing?
Bingo! That's why you gotta come to the main gate with me right now. If we hurry, we still might be able to get there before Wolf Boy does, sir.
Alright, let's make haste to the main gate. To be continued. March 13th, 3:45 p.m. Gatewaterland main gate. Where's the costume, Detective Gumshoe?
He's on the other side of the fountain, sir.
Was it out here in the open all along?
No, it was discovered in the tall grass back there. We left it out here in order to examine it more thoroughly.
Then let's get down to it. This headpiece. This must be the Blue Badger officer Meekins crossed paths with.
Ooh, the nerve of someone throwing a blue badger away like this. I worked so hard to create this character. It's like my baby. How can someone do this, sir? How?
Detective, how about channeling your anger towards finding the culprits?
Good idea. Ooh, wait until I get my hands on... So who are they, Mr. Edgeworth?
Why don't you try figuring it out yourself for a change? What do we have here? Oh, it's another pendant. That's 2 treasures in one day. How lucky is that? And hey, this pretty baby's made of platinum silver too. Another pendant on top of the one we found on Mr. Deacon? Is it possible that these two...
Hold it right there. Hands off, Mr. Prosecutor. You sure know how to cross the line, don't you? Ah! A pendant, huh? This is a very decisive piece of evidence.
How can you tell?
Look here and read off what you see. Lauren.
Lauren! Hey, it's a name that's engraved on this.
Aha! We have you now, Miss Kidnapper!
No, you don't understand!
Molly, I can't believe you were one of my kidnappers.
Hans! You're kidding! Miss Potts was one of the kidnappers? Yes. It was me. I helped Lance hostage. So Miss Potts is one of the kidnappers. But even knowing that, I can't call this case solved. Or over.
Hey, guys, case closed. Get the car ready, and I mean the special one for this young lady.
Hold it!
Again, Mr. Prosecutor? What is it this time?
Are you proposing that Miss Potts is also the culprit in the murder case? What happened? I thought Officer Meekins was your suspect.
We found it.
Found what?
That officer's gun. He literally dropped it in the middle of a thick patch of grass. Your country's police are a sham. Just look at how careless they are. What are you calling a sham? The officer's gun didn't show signs of having been fired, so it can't...
So Officer Meekins has been cleared of all charges, I see.
And that's when a brand new suspect comes walking onto the scene. The murder only happens because the kidnappers started fighting amongst themselves. As I recall, it was you who said that, right, Mr. Prosecutor?
Miss Potts, did you really kill Mr. Deacon? Yes, I killed him. I can't believe it.
Thanks for the confession.
Objection!
Agent Lang, it's much too early to declare this case closed.
Look at you, so sure of yourself. It's got the culprit's own confession and some very incriminating evidence. What more could you ask for?
Miss Warren Pops. Yes? I want to hear from you. Tell me your side of all that has happened today, from the kidnapping to the murder. But why? I'm a kidnapper and a killer. Isn't that enough? Why is she cutting her hair? It's fine if you're the one behind everything, but only if that is the truth. Now then, will you tell us the truth? Or is there some reason why you can't?
I've had a change of heart. I think I'd enjoy seeing you sulk away as a losing mutt. Alright, you heard me. Let's hear about all the evil deeds you committed today.
Miss Pops' confession. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon. We knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all. After everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money, Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
There, are you satisfied? She just confessed to her crimes a second time. At least you have the guts to admit what you've done. I can at least respect that much.
Miss Pops, is what you said really the truth? Yes, it is. If that is the truth, it certainly isn't the whole truth. Because there was something that seems a bit too improbable in her confession. Rebuttal. The one who came up with the kidnapping plan was the butler, Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How well did you know the victim? I've spoken with him only a few times at Lance's house.
A few times? That's it?
Yes. If they only met a few times, I don't see how they could have trusted each other. But if you hardly ever talk, then how could he trust you not to steal his plan?
Not so fast!
That's completely irrelevant. He was planning to betray her from the very beginning. Which is why he chose someone he wasn't especially close to. Isn't that right, Sheena?
Yes, however, Mr. Deacon made a very poor choice. In the end, he was killed by the one he intended to betray himself.
Huh, I bet you didn't see that one coming.
He knew that we could get rich by holding Lance hostage.
Hold it!
You knew? How did you know something like that? Oh no, what did I do? Hey, what's wrong with her now? Come on, isn't it obvious? You're making your scary face again, that's why. Why don't you try asking her in a nicer, more gentle way? Oh, stop it, Lauren. You're always like this. You always fall for the stern-looking one. That's why you'll always be unhappy. Or maybe that's it. You've been bewitched by your icy glare.
Mind your own business, Kay. Now then, Miss Pops, let's continue with your testimony.
Oh, yes, of course. Mr. Romano would pay anything to get his son back, after all.
Hold it!
Why did you believe that? Anyone who knows Mr. Romano would think the same. I bet Lance is that old man's greatest treasure.
I suppose he would be to a doting father like Mr. Romano.
I was bigger though, was it too? I was always envious of Lance for it. Oh, because your dad's... I got this pendant from my father, and I believe that as long as I have this, I'll find my father again someday. He'll welcome me into his arms, riding on the back of Pegasus.
A pendant? I must truly believe it to be the wings of Pegasus.
Everything was going according to plan, but as soon as we got the money...
Hold it!
Would you mind telling us a little about the plan itself?
Well, first we captured Lance. Ooh, how did you do that? Well, Mr. Deacon did that on his own, so I don't quite know. And here I thought you knew how to steal people away.
I shudder to think what you would do with such knowledge.
Sorry, I really don't know. But somehow Mr. Deacon was able to contain him. All we had to do after that was wait for the ransom to be paid, but... Mr. Deacon turned on me and tried to kill me.
Hold it!
Why do you think he did?
I have no idea, but maybe he had a plan and did it from the very beginning. Miss Pops.
Wait, Mr. Deacon planned to kill Miss Pops from the very beginning? Is that ever really likely to happen? What should I do? Should I raise an objection? I'm sorry, but I don't think what you just claimed is that likely.
Huh?
I don't think Mr. Deacon would have ever been capable of killing you.
But why? We were total strangers. It's not uncommon for people to kill each other over money.
Hold it!
Miss Pops, you really are clueless, aren't you?
What do you mean?
You never knew what your role in the kidnapping was, nor do you know who you really are. But I do, and I can show you with this piece of evidence. This proves that Mr. Deacon would have been able to bring himself to kill Miss Pops.
Take that!
Why are you showing this to me?
But what about the pendant? This horse pendant, along with this piece of evidence, shows who you really are.
Take that!
These two pendants resemble each other, wouldn't you agree?
Hey, you're right. They're the same color, and they're even made of the same material.
I believe that these two pendants are actually one.
Huh?
Shall we give it a try?
How? It's totally Pegasus. But why? Why does my pendant match up with Mr. Deacon's?
You're a smart lady. I'm sure you can imagine why that might be.
No, that can't be.
So the two make a set. It's just another trinket. It's not as though it changes anything. You lack imagination, Agent Long. Very well, I'll show you with this evidence. This is the piece of evidence that gives meaning to the Pegasus pendant.
Take that!
Oliver Deacon was just an alias for this man. His real name was Colin Deveray, the name that is etched on the horse pendant.
What?
What? An alias?
I suppose he had to hide the fact that he was a felon somehow in order to live. And it makes sense given what is written in Mr. Deveray's dossier. But what I really wanted to point out was this. This specific section is what reveals the true meaning behind those pendants.
Take that!
Mr. Deveray had one daughter, and her name is Lauren Cox. That's a lie! That person was not my father! He couldn't come out and tell you he was his father because he was in hiding. However, I believe he was trying to secretly watch over you. Do you still believe that a man like that could kill the daughter he was separated from? Or even that such a man would allow his daughter to get involved in the kidnapping plot?
Not so fast!
What is so funny, Agent Long?
You're good at making things up in your head and deciding it's the truth, aren't you?
What are you trying to say?
Your thinking is much too innocent. After all, I've thought of another possibility.
Is that so? Well, let's hear it. Another possibility.
I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact? It was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Mono. And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
So this is his version of how things might have been.
You don't have any proof that they didn't know of their true relationship, right?
And you're saying that the two of them committed the kidnapping together?
That's right. As one really rotten family.
Is that really what happened? I'd better take a long, hard look at the evidence. Rebuttal!
I'll grant you that the two of them are father and daughter.
Hold it!
Precisely. And what father would ever willingly kill his own daughter?
Not so fast!
I've seen a lot of things in my travels, and I can tell you that being related by blood is sometimes proof of nothing. But isn't it possible that they both knew that fact?
Hold it!
You think they knew?
Yeah, I don't think only the victim knew. I think the girl realized it as well. They both knew who the other person was, but they had to pretend that they didn't.
Because he was on the lam?
You got it. The victim couldn't exactly go around flaunting who he was. Furthermore, it was no coincidence that the reunited pair became involved in the House of Amano.
Hold it!
One is a butler and one is the friend of the son, you mean?
They probably thought that was their best shot.
Is that what you honestly believe?
Of course! And the two of them made good use of their meetings to plan this little kidnapping.
Hold it!
You mean how they plotted to commit this crime as blood relatives?
Can you think of a better partner? They're certainly a clever pair.
The butler and the girlfriend. No one would ever suspect that they were, in fact, family.
Yes, from the very beginning, they painstakingly practiced those roles well. Wouldn't you say my scenario is perfectly probable as well?
Hold it!
I believe you're being a bit too overconfident for someone with no evidence.
Am I? Because I don't see you presenting any evidence to the contrary.
Ugh. Sigh. Without evidence, we're stuck in a stalemate. Agent Long isn't wrong. His scenario is certainly a probable one. You'd better hurry up and do something or Lauren's gonna wind up looking really bad. I know, but first things first. Is Agent Long's line of logic factually correct? Was the crime really committed by the two of them? By this father-daughter pair? It's the victim's pendant, which is shaped like a horse. It's got a real dignified look on its face. That makes it worth all the more. Oh no, Mr. Edgeworth! What, did you find an important piece of evidence? It's made of platinum silver. That makes this thing super valuable. I've seen this type of jewelry at a lot of stores before, so I know it when I see it. Hey, if you ever laid so much as a finger on those pieces of jewelry... What? Me? I'd never do something like that. Is it possible that she has never wanted to steal from a jewelry store before? The name Colin Deveray is engraved here. I really admire people who carve their own names into a pendant. Oh? And why would that be? You have no imagination, Mr. Edgeworth. Did you ever think that maybe people want to have their loved ones always nearby?
It's not as if I have a wedding band, and I have no interest in accessorizing.
I suppose. Anyway, you know what? More than wearing flashy accessories, I'd rather be engraving my name into every treasure I can find all around the world. A sign of affection is one thing, but blatant vandalizing is just a bit different. in the shape of a pair of wings. It has a rather nice aesthetic to it. Hey, nice to see that even you can appreciate its beauty. Things made of platinum silver tend to have a nice feeling about them, you know? I was only talking about its shape, Kay. Oh, is that what you were talking about? But you know, if we're talking about wing shapes, I think the brooch on my scarf is way cooler. But that's not made of platinum silver, is it? It's handmade, okay? So I'm sorry that it's not made of the expensive stuff. You made that by yourself? It's incredibly well crafted. Lauren D is engraved into this pendant. I see that they wrote out her first name, but why choose a D? Maybe it's the result of poor planning? I guess. Well, at least if I had to shorten my name, I could make it Kay Faraday. That way, even if you just sounded it out, it'd still say my name, Kay Faraday. I suppose if I had to do the same, I would also abbreviate it as M. Edgeworth. Hold on! I think you should abbreviate it as M.E. Get it? Who would have thought that this little pendant could stir up such a strange conversation?
Hold it!
Oh, I didn't mean to press.
Objection!
Oh, that wasn't the right one.
Knuckle back!
Confidence is like a soul, and words without confidence are but empty shells. You shouldn't waste your breath on words you have no confidence in, Mr. Prosecutor. Although it's just as bad to say something in full confidence and be wrong.
Are you going to let him lecture you about your self-confidence like that?
I don't need to be overflowing with self-confidence. I just need to think rationally.
Lauren Pops. Oh.
Objection!
Okay, that wasn't the right one.
Knuckle back! Objection!
Yeah, not that. Not that one either. I can't present a profile, so...
Objection!
Is this the... Was that the correct statement? Okay, I trust me. Used that one already.
Objection! Objection!
I think you have fake logic needs some more time in the oven, Mr. Prosecutor.
I don't know what the answer to this is.
Objection!
I think I've used that on every single statement so far, so... I think I might just look up the answer. Still in costumes on the fourth statement? Huh?
Objection!
Okay. I see. It was the word two. This kidnapping wasn't planned by just two people alone.
And what kind of proof do you have of that?
Quite simply, there were 3 kidnappers.
3!
4 costumes were stolen from the Wild Wild West area's back room. We found one of them in the kidnapper's hideout. But as for the other 3, we can assume they were being worn by 3 different people. We also found a set of 3 cups and 3 folding chairs were used in the hideout. It all clearly points to a 3-man group. And I believe this third person is the real mastermind behind the kidnapping.
Who? Who is this mastermind?
I present to you the brains behind the kidnapping.
Take that!
Man's a mono!
Yes, this abduction was in fact schemed up by Lance himself. Recall what he said when he appeared before us.
Did you see the faces of your kidnappers?
No, I didn't see their faces, but one was a woman. However, there were 3 kidnappers, which is in direct contradiction to what he said.
But I know I only saw 2 people. This guy was being held hostage. It's possibly gonna see all 3 of them.
Yes. About when you were being held. I have my doubts about what happened then. Lance, would you mind telling us what happened while you were being held captive?
I really don't remember much anymore. Honest. But if I don't tell you at least something, you won't believe me at all, will you?
Lance's testimony.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time. But the kidnappers suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain falling outside. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Through the underground passageway, I presume.
Are you okay? Sorry, I really didn't want to recall that horrible ordeal, but now you believe me, right?
No, not quite yet.
Oh, how can you not? Why do you look at me with icy daggers in your eyes? Because he's a prosecutor, because they're all like that.
I'll have you know, Agent Long, a prosecutor's eyes are for discerning the truth. And should they be interpreted to be cruel at times, then so be it. There is a sticking point in Lance's testimony. Let's see what he offers up when I push a little. Lance's testimony. Rebuttal.
I was kidnapped yesterday morning.
Hold it!
Can you tell us about when you were abducted in a little more detail?
It was a strange morning. I felt like I was right in the middle of a great calm.
And where were you when you experienced this calm?
A family garden, of course. Where else could it have been?
Well, excuse me for asking. This child is more princess than prince.
I was out taking a walk to shake off the morning blah. Then out of the blue, someone from behind clamped a hand over my mouth.
You didn't see your attacker?
They must have used some drug to knock me out. Because before I knew it, I was off in La La Land again. When I woke up, I was in the kidnapper's hideout already, all tied up. They had me shut in that room blindfolded the entire time.
Hold it!
By that room, you mean the room in the kidnapper's hideout, correct?
Yes, but I was blindfolded the whole time, so I didn't know that until I made my escape.
Then you were in the same room as your kidnappers?
They spoke in hushed tones, but I could catch bits of their conversation. There was definitely 2 people, and one of them was definitely a woman. I was so scared. I could tell they were nearby, so I didn't dare make a move. But the kidnapper suddenly disappeared around the time I heard rain.
Hold it!
The kidnappers disappeared?
The room fell into a sudden silence. I had been left behind like an unwanted mutt.
And what do you mean by unwanted mutt? What a pointless question. It's not like he's going to tell you anything new, you know?
The poetic simile. You should learn how to use them too. You may look refined on the outside, but it's no good if you're not refined on the inside as well. My hands were cuffed, but it was a stroke of luck that they left me alone.
Hold it!
And he's still cuffed. Then those cuffs on your wrists. I suppose you are still cuffed in that case.
I am well aware of how I am chained to reality. I couldn't find the key, so I'm afraid that I'm stuck like this. Even though I escaped from that jail cell, I will forever be a prisoner. I made my escape and ran away from that room as fast as I could.
Hold it!
How did you manage to escape?
I wanted to just get out of there, but the door leading outside was locked, which is why I had to use the underground passageway to make my escape.
I remember our escapes to be equally as hard. This is an invaluable piece of testimony. I mustn't let it go unexamined.
The door leading outside was locked tight, so I had to use the underground passageway.
Hold it!
By underground passageway, you mean the one the staff uses to travel unnoticed?
I suppose that's what it's for, but I didn't run into any staff members on my way out. And once I was up top, I was busy trying to find a member of the police.
And that is when you found us congregated at the stadium, I suppose. Let me ask you then, how did you get a hold of the key to the underground door?
It was easy. It was hanging right there in the room on the wall.
I do recall a key hanging on the wall right beside the table. Boy, does that bring back memories of our situation, how we made our escape. Indeed. And although the door in the floor of our room led to an underground room, the door in the floor of the room next door had a secret passageway. A secret passageway under a theme park? Ooh, that just sounds like so much fun! I wonder, is there something off about the way Lance made his escape?
Objection!
You stated the door leading out was locked, but was it really?
We're talking about that room behind the saloon front, right? Look, I heard that it took quite a few men to get that thing open. Right, Sheena?
Yes, that's correct. Then take a look at this.
What is that? A sword? It's not an especially reliable one if it's broken like that.
Allow me to start from the end. My conclusion is that the door was never locked. It was simply held shut by the sword, which was used to jam the handle. Lance, even though your hands were cupped together, you can still use them. If that's the case, then why did you not just simply remove the sword and escape?
Didn't I? It's disoriented. Yes, that's it! I didn't notice it!
As if I should accept such a bold-faced lie. You locked yourself in that room because you had to make yourself look like the victim. But you did not, in fact, possess the key to the door. That is why you used the prop sword to improvise and create a prison of your very own.
Not so fast!
You've been making this guy out to be one of the kidnappers for some time now. I wonder if you've forgotten something very important along the way.
And what would that be?
A motive! What else? Do you honestly think that an uptight, pure boy like him would hatch up a completely pointless scheme such as kidnapping himself?
Objection!
This proves that Lance did indeed have a motive to commit this crime.
Take that!
To put it simply, Lance has a very urgent need for money. This is hardly your typical love letter. It is in fact a collections bill. It appears our upstanding boy has accumulated quite a debt. Isn't that right, Lance? Looks like it's hard being the son of a rich man, too. It must be rough when you have to resort to stealing from your own old man, huh?
Alright, I give up. I abducted myself.
Lance!
It's over, Lolly. In this life, we really are bound to our fates after all. All I wanted was to go with you to a new town, somewhere where no one would know us. I wanted us to be well off with that $1 million, but now, that dream is over.
Oh, Lance! Then you are giving yourself up?
Yes, I had planned to run away from this world with my Lolly. Oliver even helped us up with a plan, but then he had to go and stab us in the back.
He turned on you?
Maybe he didn't want to split the ransom money. That's my guess. It happened almost right after you made the drop-off. When we were alone, he attacked me all of a sudden. After a brief struggle, I was able to contain him and keep him under control. We left him inside that room as Lolly and I made our escape. We wore different costumes and split up. Lolly left first in the blue badger costume. That would mean the person Officer Meekin saw was Miss Pops. But right then, the old man just had to wake up. I was careless and he tackled me pretty hard from behind. Then Oliver put on a bad badger costume, took the suitcase with $1 million, and ran. I contacted Lolly right away and warned her that he had a gun. They had no idea that they were related, so I thought that it could only end badly.
I still don't believe it! That person was not my father!
Because if he was, I
just killed my own father!
Lolly, then it really was you?
Chain of events. I mean, it was not my father. I mean, because at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead. That's why I used the gun I got from Lance. It was a gunshot. The other person crumpled to the ground, and I ran, scared for my life.
I think the big picture is finally coming into focus, don't you? Ollie, forgive me. I didn't think it would turn into something so frightening. If only I could have protected you.
No, Miss Pops, you shot her own dad without even knowing who he really was? If what she says is true, are you saying she's lying? Or why would she lie about something like that? What purpose would it serve? You would be surprised how often people lie without even realizing it themselves, Kay. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? What I mean is, listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Rebuttal. That man was not my father. I mean, I was at the stadium.
Hold it!
Please calm down and let's slowly talk through this. But all you have to do is simply tell us what happened at the stadium. Leave it to us to search out the truth. Can you do that for me? Alright, so at the stadium, there was a bad badger pulling a suitcase with $1 million in it.
Hold it!
That was the ransom money, wasn't it? Yes, that's how I was able to identify Mr. Deacon almost immediately. It was all thanks to what Lance told me. And what did he tell you? Well, he called me on my cell phone and told me that Mr. Deacon had betrayed us and had run off with the ransom money. And about how he had a gun. But that badger pointed his gun at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
Were you able to clearly see the gun? Yes, I got a very good look at it while it was pointed at me. Oh, Father, why would you try to shoot me? Do you really think a father would shoot his own daughter, Mr. Edgeworth? I don't know. I don't want to believe it myself. It's true. My father's left arm was raised with a gun in it. Pointed straight at me. I'm about to die, I thought. Miss Pops. Please calm down and take a deep breath. And then, would you allow me to please hear that last statement one more time? Yes, of course. But that badger pointed the gun in his left hand at me, aiming to shoot me dead.
Hold it!
And you felt that your life was in danger, correct? Yes, I'm about to die, I thought. So... why, I used the gun I got from Lance.
Hold it!
You shot Mr. Deacon? Miss Pops? Yes, I shot him.
And that, as they say, is that.
Agent Long, please, Miss Pops is far from done. She hasn't even finished her testimony yet.
You're going to continue questioning her? What a waste of time.
Miss Pops, if you please. Alright. There was a gunshot. The other person crumbled to the ground and I ran, scared for my life.
Hold it!
Did you take off immediately following the gunshot? Yes. And you didn't attempt to approach the victim at all after he was shot? I was scared. I don't blame you. I would have done the exact same thing. For Miss Pops, what will become of her, Mr. Edgeworth? She seems to be telling the truth regarding what happened at the stadium. However, I don't believe it to be absolutely correct. Listen very carefully to her confession once more and you'll see. Yeah, he's right-handed.
Objection!
I have here a dossier on your father. And according to this, your father was right-handed. Then the person pointing a gun at you from atop the stage was not Mr. Deacon.
Not so fast!
Hold on there, Mr. Prosecutor. I think you need to take a refresher course. The Bad Badger had the model gun attached to his right hand, which is why the only hand he could have held the real gun with was his left. Isn't it possible that it went down like that?
Agent Long, were you paying attention to what Miss Potts was saying? Then again, I suppose I can expect someone who has never set foot in court to catch it.
Enough with the smugness. Out with it already.
Miss Potts told us earlier. It was the Bad Badger pulling the suitcase with the $1 million in it. And according to you, the Bad Badger had the gun in his left hand, which would mean that he was pulling the suitcase with his right hand. Is that correct, Miss Potts? Yes, exactly. And I'm sure it was the Bad Badger. He had those huge sunglasses on his face.
But if that's the case, even I can see there is a huge contradiction.
Yes, Miss Potts points out to the Bad Badger. And yeah, the Bad Badger had both his hands full. These two pieces of information contradict each other, so what must be wrong? Ad starts in 1 minute. It was the Bad Badger. Both hands were not occupied. You're both correct.
Impossible. That just leaves you with an irresolvable contradiction.
Miss Potts' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? This proves that there was a way for the Bad Badger to freely use both of his hands.
Take that!
Get your head on straight, Mr. Prosecutor. That doesn't show me diddly squat.
No, I saw it was just a mirage! Wait, I can explain! Miss Pops said the Bad Badger had a gun in his left hand and a suitcase in his right. But the Bad Badger costume had the model's gun attached to his right hand, which is what created this contradiction about which hand did what. Miss Pops' entire statement rests on the fact that she saw his sunglasses and beard. But what if that Bad Badger wasn't wearing pants on his lower half? Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Take that!
The costumes have two parts to them, a head and a body. Oh, I get it now. The head Miss Puff saw was probably really the head of the bad badger. However, is it not possible the body was that of an entirely different badger?
A different badger?
Yes, or to put it more bluntly, I believe it was the lower half of this badger. The body of the bad badger Miss Puff saw really belonged to this one.
Take that!
What? The heck is it?
It's the proto-badger. Yes, and it's a simple matter of process of elimination. Miss Puffs is wearing the blue badger's costume, so we can eliminate that one. And the pink badger is of the wrong color, which would have been incredibly obvious. All that is left is the proto-badger costume. Miss Puffs, who was the one who wore the proto-badger costume? That would be Lance.
Not so fast!
Are you saying what I think you are? That Lance Amano donned the bad badger's head and pretended to be Mr. Deacon? On top of which, he plotted to shoot Miss Potts while wearing that hideous thing?
The stage that was set up in the stadium was nothing more than that, a setup. And its purpose was to lead Miss Potts into believing she had committed murder. Standing there in front of Miss Potts and pretending to be the victim, it was all done so that she would pull the trigger.
I have no idea what you're talking about. Why exactly would I have had to do all that, huh?
There is but one reason. Lance Amano, you are the real culprit behind the murder of Mr. Oliver Deegan.
What?
No!
That's slander! Take it back! You take it back right now!
Just out of curiosity, Lance, which is your dominant hand?
I'm left-handed. But what does that have to do with anything?
It depends. According to Miss Pops, our attacker held a gun in his left hand.
Not so fast!
Huh! Who's well-handed doesn't prove a thing. And besides, now you're just being absurd. It's not like the proto-badger is bulletproof. One misfire and he would have found himself dead, right?
Objection!
Of course! Logically, if he had been shot, he probably wouldn't be here with us. But I believe he had thought of that as well and prepared accordingly. And this should be all the evidence you need. This is how Lance made sure that he wouldn't be hit by a bullet.
Take that!
We found one half of Bad Badger costume in the hideout, a broken one. It was not the same one that the victim was wearing, plus it was missing something. And that something is the model gun that the Bad Badger carries, which can fire blanks.
What?
Miss Potts, where is the gun you use now? I threw it away into the sea. That makes it a bit tough to verify what it was. Although, I believe that we can safely assume that it was the model gun in question.
Not so fast!
I've heard enough. All you've been spouting so far is pure conjecture.
I admit that as long as the model gun is lost to us, I can't prove I'm right. However, I can say that the probability that I am right is very high.
Okay, let's pretend that you're right and that the murder at the stadium was a fabrication. In that case, where do you think the murder really took place, Mr. Prosecutor?
I don't know yet.
Ha! I knew you were full of it.
However, I do believe that the murder took place during an earlier time frame. Please, wait a second. It's simply not possible. Because we saw Mr. Deacon after he was restrained by Lance.
You saw the victim in the state of being restrained?
What Miss Pop saw. I came back to the hideout long after the other two. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon. He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door. After that, the two of us put on our costumes and made our escape.
So Mr. Deacon must have escaped after the two of you left, right?
We thought that it'd attract too much attention if we left together, so I left first. We planned to meet up again at the stage in the stadium. Then, as I was walking to the park, I got a call from Lance on my cell phone.
Oliver managed to escape. It looked like he was waiting until I was alone. He also stole the gun from me at that time. And then the murder happened. Mr. Deacon must have overheard their plans meet up at the stage. Well, Mr. Prosecutor, Miss Pop saw the victim with her own eyes, which means that the victim was still alive at that time, wouldn't you agree?
Why does that sound wrong to me? There must be something amiss about this account. Let's see what happens when I examine it in more detail. Rebuttal. I came back to the hideout long after the other two.
Hold it!
When exactly did you arrive back at the hideout? It was after we had picked up the ransom money.
And where were you up until the time you returned?
I was scouting the park out and making preparations for our escape. I walked around in the various areas looking for the best routes.
Ah, so each of them had their own roles to play.
After I was done, I went back to the hideout. By that time, Lance had already subdued and restrained Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
How did Lance look at that time?
Well, he looked shocked. He also looked a little down. When I saw that sadness in his eyes,
Thank you, that's enough for now. And what of Mr. Deacon? What was his situation like?
He had tied Mr. Deacon securely to the beam in the room next door.
Hold it!
You are sure that it was Mr. Deacon that you saw?
Yes, I'm certain of what I saw.
Did you go into the other room to check?
Lance said that it was best if I didn't get too close to him. Lance, he's such a kind soul.
Then, are you telling me that you did not confirm that it was Mr. Deacon for yourself?
I checked through the slit in the door that separates the two rooms. He had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure. That just had to be Mr. Deacon.
You saw a bad badger head?
The cat had a bad badger's head on, so I'm absolutely sure it was Mr. Deacon.
Hold it!
So the tied-up Mr. Deacon was still in his bad badger costume?
Yes.
Yes? It would appear that she misread the whole situation. What now? Should I raise an objection? The person you saw was not the victim.
What? Why not?
I will tell you why not, with this. This Miss Pop shows us that the person you saw was not the victim.
Take that!
Miss Pops, the person you saw was not Mr. Deacon at all.
Huh?
The person you actually saw was this person. The person you saw tied up to the beam was none other than Lance.
But Lance was the one who showed me the tied up person in the next room.
You're claiming that the boy somehow showed himself tied up to the beam? Are you serious? Or perhaps you believe there was a rip in the space-time continuum?
Ugh!
Who was it that was tied up to that beam? Aha! I see! Now I know who it was! As I thought, the person you saw was most definitely not Mr. Deacon. The person you actually saw was this person. It was me.
Huh? The person I saw was you, Mr. Edward?
I always thought it was a bit odd. Why would the kidnappers abduct me, even after I had handed over the ransom? It's not as though I saw the face of the kidnappers. If I were them, I would have just taken the $1 million and ran. But in the end, there was a point to it all. It was to make me look like Mr. Deacon. And if that was the reason for which I was abducted, then I believe we can assume that the victim was already dead at that time. Well, Vance, am I right? But you showed Miss Pops a person, namely me, with a bad badger's head on. And then made your costume escape together. Or so you pretended.
Huh? What do you mean he pretended?
Exactly that. I believe Lance watched you escape, and then doubled back to the hideout. Probably to come and remove the bad badger head from my unconscious self. And to create his fake prison with a prop sword, he then escaped via the passageway.
Not so fast!
Hold your tongue, boy. Don't get caught up in that tidal wave of words coming out of Mr. Prosecutor's mouth. Tidal wave? We've heard a lot come out of you, but I've yet to see a shred of evidence. This is betrayal and his subsequent detainment. All that could have happened while you were out cold. That's right! You were out for quite a while, Mr. Prosecutor! Even if that were the case, this pup would have still seen me tied to that beam.
I was scared of Mr. Deacon, so I didn't go into the next room. I really had no idea if you were there or not, Mr. Edgeworth.
You see, it would seem that you can't prove a thing. Who said that? Please, wait.
Mr. Amano.
Oh, Miles, my boy. It looks like you're really giving it your all. And Lance, it's not good to cause trouble for others. Dad! Let's see. You're the one in charge of the investigation, correct? Yeah, that's right. I'm sorry that my son has been nothing but trouble. This probably won't make up for anything, but I have some evidence for you. Oh, do you now?
Is that what I think it is? It's the bad badger costume the victim was wearing.
I couldn't wait around for the police, so I went and found these myself. It appears that they were disposed of in the sea. Oh, is there no one in this country who actually obeys the law? There. Now. Agent Len, please calm down. What the heck is that scrap of paper?
This appears to be a letter from the chief of police. Please allow Mr. Amano complete freedom to do as he sees fit, it says.
What? The chief of police? What the? Who does he think he is?
The person who wields the highest authority in this area.
Oh, there now. There is no need to be so upset. I'm not a cop from this land, so I'm not bound by the laws of your country. Now. This wasn't meant to strong-arm you into anything. It's just a request. I'm only asking that you please respect the laws of the land. Ugh! I can't really say no to that. However, returning to the topic at hand, it doesn't matter who's on the evidence. Its value remains unchanged. Alright now, let's take a look at this new evidence. I've already got the results back. I had a special forensic research lab that I'm on good terms with conduct the test. They verified that the blood in this costume belonged to Oliver. As for the gun, the only fingerprints they can find were yours, Lauren. What? You disappoint me, Miles. I can't believe that you would cause my son such stress and heartache. Thank goodness I was able to find the final pieces of evidence. With this, you'll have no reason left to push my poor boy around.
That's it? These are the case-making pieces of evidence?
Ha! I'll be the judge of that.
What's this? It looks like there's something inside the costume head. Hey! They sparkle! I bet they're really valuable.
Sorry, but they're just pieces of a mirror.
Why are they in here? Could this gun be the actual murder weapon? It looks kind of burned around the edges.
Wait, those burn marks were left by the gunpowder. This is the most important fact.
Why is that? Because it is proof that the victim was shot at point-blank range.
Well, aren't these not the most definitive pieces of evidence you've ever seen? Thank you, Dad. It should be enough to convince even Mr. Edgeworth over there.
Decisive evidence.
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun, and they prove that it was Lolly who killed Oliver. But Oliver was also after Lolly's life. And Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
The fingerprints on the weapon, huh? Oh no! This isn't helpful at all.
Look, Mr. Edgeworth, all I want to do is save Lolly. But in the end, all I can do is watch on as she takes a punishment for her crimes.
That may be all you can do. However, I still have a case to solve and a job to do. The job of unraveling your insidious lie.
You ruined me. Why won't you believe me, even in the face of all this evidence?
Rebuttal!
Make no mistake, there are fingerprints on that murderous gun.
Hold it!
Those fingerprints, are you sure they belong to Miss Potts?
There's no mistake about it. Through my connections, I had the best forensic techniques money can buy performed.
I find that to be a bit peculiar.
What? Are you trying to pick an argument with me?
What should I do? Should I raise an objection? Frankly, I don't believe that Miss Potts' print should be on that gun to begin with.
And the reason why Miss Pop's print should not be on the gun is...
Take that!
With this piece of evidence, there is no reason for her to have left print at all. Which is that? Look here, this is what I speak of. Your logic is so hard to follow, you should provide a map. Here as you get it, there is something specific that makes it impossible to leave prints. And they proved that it was Lolly who killed Oliver.
Hold it!
You sure are calm for someone who's accusing his own girlfriend of murder. You have it all wrong. Allowing her to pay the price is a form of love. She says that she also wants to pay back her debt to society, but Oliver was also after Lolly's life.
Hold it!
And why do you believe that the victim was set on taking Miss Pop's life? I suppose it's because he wanted to silence her. To keep her quiet because she knows the truth behind the kidnapping. In that case, why did he not target you as well? That's because he knew that if he killed me, he wouldn't be able to control my father. Oh, right you are. Even if it cost me millions, I would have had the killer found. I believe he didn't kill you for an entirely different reason, however, I digress. Look, more than why he didn't kill me, I'm worried about what happened to Lolly. And Mr. Edgeworth, even you must see that Lolly was only acting in self-defense.
Hold it!
Justified self-defense. I suppose that is a possibility given the circumstances. Really? Oh, thank goodness. However, self-defense was not necessary in this case. What do you mean? Miss Pops is innocent. She didn't do anything, so why would she need to defend herself from nothing? You still don't believe a word I say, do you? The entire argument hinges on the fact that her fingerprints are on the gun. However, the truth does not lie there. It lies in whatever he is hiding from me, but not for long.
Objection!
Lance, I think you'll find that this evidence speaks to the contrary. Are you sure you want to phrase it that way? There are no takebacks when you make a guessing mistake, you know?
Guessing mistake. Yep, that's our prosecutor, all right.
I certainly didn't mean for it to come out sounding like a guess.
Objection!
What? They found Miss Pop's fingerprints on this gun. Can you let me hold it for a sec? I shouldn't if you don't know how to handle it. Besides, Miss Pop's prints are on it. Look, I'm wearing gloves. It'll be okay. I just want to take a look, that's all. It's not like I'm going to run off with it. The only things I don't return are treasures. Stealing either one would land you in jail, you know.
not possible for Miss Pops to have left any prints on the murder weapon. Because while she was at the stadium, Miss Pops was wearing a costume.
Huh? But there's been no mistake. We found fingerprints.
Well, Miss Pops, do you remember touching the gun at all at any time? Yes, as a matter of fact, I did hold it for a bit back in the hideout. I handed it off to Mr. Deacon when he and Lance left for the haunted house. So true that he got answer money, I suppose. And there you have it. That is when Miss Pops' prints found their way onto the gun. Do you understand now, Mr. Romano? The fingerprints do nothing to prove that Miss Pops is the murderer.
But you still don't have anything to prove that she isn't the killer, right?
You seem very adamant about insisting that your girlfriend is a cold-blooded killer.
Oh, Lance! What? No way! I'm incredibly worried about her. That doesn't change the fact that you don't have any evidence, right?
That's where you're wrong. I have the evidence.
What? How?
The story that Miss Pops killed the victim at the stage in the stadium? The whole affair is simply not true because it was not the real crime scene but a setup. This proves that the real murder was not committed at the stadium at all.
Take that!
Let us take another good look at the costume the victim was wearing. Then, I believe you will see why I insist he was not shot at the stadium. This is the part of the costume that proves it.
Take that!
The burn around this bullet hole was made when the victim was shot at point-blank range. Ah, so then, you mean the murder Miss Oldback saw at the stadium really was... Yeah, she saw two people, but they were separated by a distance. If the victim was indeed shot from below the stage, there shouldn't be a gunpowder burn.
Hey, look at you, Mr. Smarty Pants Prosecutor. Since you seem to know all the answers, why not tell us where the real crime scene is then?
Lance sent me to look like Mr. Deacon back in the hideout. If that's the case, then the murder must have happened prior to that. And the location where Lance and the victim were at just before I was imprisoned was... I've got it. I know the real scene of the murder. The real location in which Mr. Deacon was killed is here. Is it the haunted house?
Take that!
I think it's not unreasonable to assume the murder took place in the haunted house.
The haunted house?
Yes, and I have proof that it is highly likely that the victim was killed there. What proves that the real scene of the crime was the haunted house?
Take that!
These were inside the costume the victim was wearing. They're fragments of a mirror.
A mirror? And what does that have to do with anything?
Indeed, you don't exactly expect to find pieces of a mirror inside a costume. Yeah, that's actually pretty dangerous. However, there is one place I can think of where there is a plethora of mirror fragments. And that is the haunted house. Lance Amano, I propose that you killed Mr. Deacon with a revolver in the haunted house. After that, you stole the Blue Badger mobile to move his body to the Wild Wild West area. The timing of when the Blue Badger mobile was stolen confirms this fact.
Well, my boy, ain't no more.
I'm sorry, Mr. Romano, but I cannot do that.
Not so fast!
Be quiet! Let's please do something. Stop that boy from speaking any more nonsense. Ernest Amano, correct? I meant you. Now be quiet, Gramps. How dare you! I don't need words. The only thing I require is evidence. Decisive evidence. And to call these mirror bits decisive is a bit presumptuous, Mr. Prosecutor.
What?
Tina, wasn't there a mirror in the kidnapper's hideout?
Yes, there was a mirror there. A mirror that is for the haunted house.
You see, isn't it possible the fragments got into the costume there?
But Agent Lang, there were no fragments on the floor, so the probability is very low.
Not so fast!
Probability? Long G says, on truth's path, the word probability does not exist. The only thing that does is definitive proof. The question, Mr. Prosecutor, is, do you have the definitive proof you need?
Well, Miss Edgeworth, do you? Do I have solid evidence that proves the murder took place at the haunted house? The answer is no.
See? So since you don't have any, shut up!
I don't have the evidence yet, but I'm certain the murder occurred around the time I turned the ransom over. At that time, the only people in the haunted house besides myself were Lance and Mr. Deacon. If I can prove that the murder took place in the haunted house, then I can prove Lance's guilt in connection to the murder. Wait now, Mr. Edgeworth!
Agent Long, we have a special request. Yeah?
I'd like to prove to you that the scene of the crime was indeed the haunted house. Why in the world are you asking the werewolf for permission? Because I don't really have a choice if I want to find the truth.
Alright, permission granted. But you're not to touch a single thing, got it? That won't be a problem. All that's important to me is that the truth be brought to light. It doesn't matter by who or how it's done, as long as it is.
Tina!
I'm here.
Put in the paperwork for the authorization immediately.
Understood. I'll go get the Gatewater Group's approval.
Who was that? No. Let's hold on for a second. There is no need to obtain approval.
Mr. Romano?
Agent Long, if you would please take a look at this. What is this? Tina!
It's the deed to the haunted house.
The deed? Read it out loud.
Gatewater Land Incorporated hereby bequeaths the property known as the haunted house to Mr. Romano for the lump sum of $1 million, paid in full in cash.
What? Oh, as you can see, I am now the legal owner of the haunted house.
Are you kidding? When did you?
I ran into the owner of the park earlier and we made the deal almost immediately. How quickly things move when you can prepare $1 million in the blink of an eye.
That $1 million you paid? You tell me it was...
Oh, that's right. This disgusting suitcase belongs to you, doesn't it? I don't have any more use for it, so you may have it back now.
You used the ransom money?
My Lance is a good boy. He even apologized for the kidnapping a bit earlier. So I do believe that I will forgive him. After all, he did return the ransom money. That's the way things are, so if you would please discuss things with me from now on. Discuss? What is there to discuss? Why, permission to enter the haunted house, of course.
While we were busy listening to Lance's story, Mr. Romano was out there preempting us.
Permission to search the haunted house is denied. End of discussion. Agent Long, I want you to arrest that girl. And Miles, you should hurry on home now, my boy, before I really lose my temper.
Mr. Romano definitely has the deck stacked in his favor here. What should I do? If I leave it like this, the truth will be lost forever. To be continued. Okay, I guess this is continuing. March 13th, 4:27 p.m. Gatewater Land Main Gate. If I can't get permission to investigate a crime scene, then the truth will be lost. Hold it! Hold it! Hold it! Hey? Mr. Edgeworth, what are you doing spacing out? Have you forgotten? There's only one thing you should do at a time like this. And what is that? When the people are in a bind, the hero just appears to save the day. Look, you just leave it to me. For I am Teikare, the second of the great Yatakarasu. But I thought you were a thief, not a hero. The Yatakarasu is noble and is always a thief of justice. That's, of course. If we have enough information, I can recreate the inside of the haunted house with this. Plus, if we then factor in everyone's testimony, you can then recreate exactly what happened when I dropped off the ransom money. We may be able to figure out some new information through this. It's worth a try. Agent Long?
Oh, so you want to use your little toy? Be my guest.
Okay, hang on. You're all about to witness the true power of a real modern-day Robin Hood. Detective Gumshoe, is there a copy of the haunted house's blueprint among the police's reference documents?
Yes, sir. We got it just in case we needed it for the kidnapping case.
Alright, I'll input the haunted house data then.
What is this? Where are we? It's like we're inside the haunted house.
Even if we can inspect the real location itself, the path to the truth slumbers here. If I can successfully navigate my way using logic, I'll ultimately arrive at the truth. Now then, I believe I'm ready to investigate the crime scene. Okay, what should I recreate first? You haven't figured it out yet? Maybe I have and maybe I haven't, but I'm going to make you do all the hard work. Very well. I'd like to accept the moment in which I was ambushed by my abductor. The two of them were definitely in this place at that time. If I can verify that, it may provide me with a new lead. I had just come out into the hallway after leaving the money inside the dining room. At that time, I saw a badger slumped over on the floor at the end of the hall. Huh? What was a badger doing all the way down there? I also thought it strange. However, I thought that maybe it was simply a mannequin that was set there for atmosphere. You know which badger it was? No, it was too dark to tell. All I saw was its silhouette. In that case, I guess I'll just program my badger silhouette in for now. Okay, programming complete.
Then I started walking towards the exit. And that's when you were struck from behind, right? Yes. But, God. The hallway is a dead end. Where did your assailant come from? There's only one location I can think of. I believe my assailant was lying in wait here.
Take that!
That doll I saw wasn't really a doll. It was in fact the costume's kidnapper. Oh, so he used the costume as the perfect camouflage to blend in with the rest of the house. Precisely. He waited until I had made the drop-off and was about to leave. Then, just as he saw me take a step towards the exit, he stood and launched his attack. I can think of no better hiding place than this. Hey, not bad! I'm beginning to think I should steal this tactic for myself. Just don't use it to do anything criminal, okay? Well, Vance?
What? What are you asking me for?
As one of the kidnappers, I figured I should give you the chance to confess first.
I was one of the kidnappers, but I don't know anything. I did come up to the haunted house, but I never set foot inside. I left Oliver in charge of picking up the ransom money.
You didn't set foot inside? Are you telling the truth, or is this another lie? Alright, then you're claiming that it was Mr. Deacon who assaulted me.
Yes, I'm sure it was him.
Okay, inputting the new info now. Mr. Deacon was the Bad Badger, right? Since the Bad Badger has a gun attached to its right hand, I'll have to change it so the weapon is in its left hand. Now to verify the facts of this recreation. Begin investigation. You didn't recreate the weapon. Well, I can't exactly recreate something I know nothing about. So tell me, what were you hit with? The attack came from behind, so I have no idea. But I doubt it was someone's bare hands. Okay then, where were you hit? I was hit on the right side of my head, just above my temple. There was a bit of blood, but it wasn't anything serious. Ouch, sounds painful. Why are you smirking like that when you say it? It's just your imagination. Now, let's see. I wonder if there's anything in the hallway that could have been used as a weapon. I'm looking for something the culprit could have used to hit you with.
Take that!
I have it. There was indeed one such object lying here in the hallway. A prop sword. Are you talking about this thing here? Yes. Although we did find it at the kidnapper's hideout. Wait. Yes, it's possible the culprit took it with him after using it on me. So we've no evidence behind, right? Correct. It may be worth a more thorough examination yet. Okay, so what test do you want to run on this sword? The culprit was wearing a costume at the time, so a fingerprint analysis is useless. Let's run a luminol test. It's possible that some of my blood found its way onto this. Is it long? May I ask for your cooperation in this matter?
Like I have a choice. Gina, call the lab boys.
Understood. Except for a dab on the left side, it would appear that the blade is spotless. So it must have been the left side of the prop sword that hit you then, right? Okay, I'll update the recreation with this new piece of info. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. And in the next instance, this badger will swing his left arm complete with weapon in hand. Yes, to club you with the left side of the prop sword. Shall I recreate the moment of impact? I want to see the pained expression on your face. It's just fine the way it is. Wait, maybe not. Is it just my imagination, or is something not quite right? You know, the Bad Badger is pretty bad looking when you see him up close. Well, what did you expect from a character named the Bad Badger? And those sunglasses, wearing them in the dark makes them seem extra bad. Now I'm lost. Which meaning of bad does she really mean? It's me. I have to say, it's rather embarrassing to see myself like this. Oh, so what were you thinking about at the time? I don't recall, but I would guess that I was thinking about the kidnapping. Really? Because I don't think so at all. Your face practically screams, I'm about to be conked over the head. If I had known that at the time, do you think I would have let myself be hit?
OBS disconnected abruptly. Oh no, the game froze. And OBS just closed. No! I'm gonna have to redo all of that. Ugh. Okay. Let me just close the game. Reopening it. Because I'm not done yet. Damn it. Okay. It auto-saved. Thank God. I just need to redo a few things. Right?
Eureka! Eureka!
Finally, I found a clear contradiction of facts about the sword. Except for a bit on the left side, this prop sword is absolutely spotless. However, if the culprit had used his left hand, the blood would be on the opposite side. The opposite side? Huh? If the culprit held the sword in his left hand, then the sword's right side would hit. I see, but the blow was on the left side of the sword, right? Which means that he used his right hand to hit you. Exactly. This prop sword has a large handguard attached to the hilt. It would be impossible to hold it with two hands while wearing a costume with such big hands.
Therefore, if it couldn't be the left hand or both hands, it must have been the right. I'll change the data to reflect a right-handed swing.
Not yet, Kay. There's no sense in changing anything yet.
If you change the parameters to the right hand, it only creates a new contradiction. Changing the prop source to be in the culprit's right hand will conflict with what?
Take that!
The bad badger already holds a gun in his right hand, so he can't hold a sword in addition. Hey, that's right! Then what now? If it wasn't in his left or his right hand, it means that the one who struck me could not have been the bad badger. Are you paying attention, Lance? Ugh. Mr. Deacon could not have been the one who struck me. Which leaves only you as our primary suspect.
Fine, it was me! I hit you!
It appears that you lied to me yet again, but see how quickly they catch up to you, Lance? Wait, isn't Lance left-handed?
Ah, yes.
But that's what makes this deception all the more interesting. He used his right hand to make it look like Mr. Deacon had been the one to strike me. Well, you see, firing a gun with one's non-dominant hand is difficult, but that level of dexterity isn't required to swing a prop sword. Hey, please input this new data. The one who hit me from behind was Lance. Or should I say, the proto-badger. You got it. Here I go! Now, we have a faithful recreation of the situation when they attack on me. Alright, all we have to do is examine this new recreation and...
Not so fast!
And what exactly is so funny, Agent Long?
That amusing little gadget sure packs a punch, right, Sheena?
Yes, it was all I could do to hold my laughter in. Hey, don't make fun of little thief, you mean old werewolf. You and Mr. Edwards bring out the best in each other.
You've had your little fun, but now it's my turn. I've sat quietly by, listening. But the crude conclusions you two keep spewing don't whet this world's appetite. There's no guarantee that your toy will always show the real situation at any given time. All it displays is whatever information you put in there, right?
Well, when you put it that way...
Your suppositions are wrong. It's not your fault, so I'm going to let you in on this. There was a trick to this haunted house.
And what may that be exactly?
A trick beyond what your tiny imaginations can produce. Sheena!
There you are.
Now then, what you missed, girlie, is written right here in this pamphlet. The 7 Wonders of the Haunted House.
Oh, the 7 Wonders of the Haunted House, the disappearing badger. What is this?
I'd say that someone around here is fond of theatrics. And as you can see, they set a doll down at the end of this hallway for that purpose. Basically, the blue badger you saw was just a stupid doll.
How can this be?
Guess that throws your whole theory about it being your attacker right out the window.
But that can't be right. Maybe the culprit hid the doll somewhere. And then he laid down and pretended to be it instead.
Not so fast!
If the criminal couldn't even hide himself in the hallway, how could he hide a giant doll? You get it now? Thanks to your presumptions, your logic started off weak and led you to completely wrong conclusions. Now get off your high horse!
Mr. Epworth! Hey, I wonder if you could please input the new information for me.
You don't know when to quit, do you?
I can't quit, not until I can declare that I found the truth. Agent Long, for the additional information, you have my thing.
There you go again. We'll see if I care.
Okay, I'm updating the recreation now. That looks really weird. Look at how it changes from the blue badger into the proto badger all of a sudden. If the slumped-over badger was just a doll, where was my attacker hiding? Well, that's what we're going to find out, right? So come on, Mr. Edgeworth, let's go! Yes, let's. This recreation can't be right, which means there must be a contradiction somewhere. It's a replica of myself. You were totally oblivious to what was behind you, huh? Yes, I suppose I am also to blame for what happened to me. It was incredibly dark, which was all the more reason I should have been more alert. I thought to never be caught by surprise again. It's a proto-badger who struck me. I suppose I should really say that it is Lance. Oh, are you gonna get him back?
I need not resort to violence, and the loss of the plan to bring to court will suffice.
Really? Because I would totally have sent him right back. If someone steals from me, I steal something from them. If I get hit, I hit them back. If I get paid, I return the money. That's the secret to how a great thief works.
The first statement doesn't seem to be of much benefit to her survival.
Pieces of a set of armor are in a pile here. Why do you think they almost always have sets of armor inside haunted houses?
I suppose this sort of interior design is meant to bring out a sense of the abnormalty.
Why do all your explanations have to be so hard to understand, Mr. Edgeworth? Now try explaining it again, but this time so that even a thief like me can get it.
That may prove to be a most difficult task.
This is where the proto-badger shows up in our recreation.
Yes. Now the question is, where did he come from?
Yeah, but there's no place to hide in our current model. There must be an inconsistency somewhere. When you take a look around, it almost feels like a house of mirrors.
Indeed. We've never heard of this many mirrors instead of a haunted house before.
Well, at least we know this is a real crime scene thanks to these mirror shards. Wait, these shards. There's something different about them. Oh? The ones we found earlier are thicker than the shards from these mirrors on this wall. Yeah, look! There's some sort of design on the back, too.
The pieces from that costume are certainly different from the other mirrors. What does this mean? Could it be that our pieces are not pieces of these mirrors? I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. This blue badger is just a doll for use in this haunted house.
I bet the one who killed this blue badger was a bad badger, right?
According to the Blue Badger Bible, it says that they are each other's worst enemy.
All because one's an ally of justice and the other's a vile criminal with a gun?
Perhaps they were just destined to battle each other. Much like the skilled samurai and the evil magistrate. I only have mirror shards. This is the only thing to look at.
Eureka!
Hold on a second here. There is something wrong with this blue badger.
Huh? Like what?
The way the belt is on him is opposite of how it should be. Did you make a mistake?
That can't be. I inputted the image data exactly as it is in the pamphlet.
So then, why is the blue badger dressed up in reverse? The blue badger in the pamphlet photo is in reverse to the regular blue badger.
But why? There must be some sort of explanation.
Hey, do you remember what you said earlier?
What I said earlier about what?
About how this building might as well have been a house of mirrors.
A house of mirrors? Oh! That would explain the reverse or mirror image.
Yes, this blue badger might be nothing more than a reflected image of a real one.
And was the blue badger you saw just a reflection? When I looked down this hall, I thought it was perfectly straight. However, if there was a mirror... Oh, then it would actually form an L shape, right? Precisely. I was deceived. The hallway was almost pitch black, and there was a beam in the way that obstructed my view of the other hallway. Wait, but why build this place like that? It sounds pretty pointless to me. Hey, this house is just another attraction of the amusement park. They created a mirror wall for a very specific purpose, one I can point out to you. This was the reason they built a mirror wall.
Take that!
As is written in the pamphlet, the main draw of this attraction is the mystery of the disappearing badger. You mean they built the mirror for that trick alone? But you said you saw the badger, so it was definitely still there. That was true at the time, however. Doing this allows someone to make the blue badger disappear in a flash. To remove a reflected image, simply move the mirror. First, the mirror was constructed so that it could be moved. Then, beyond where the mirror was, an empty hallway has to be created. Oh, so when they wanted people to see the blue badger, they would open the mirror. And when they wanted to hide it, they simply had to close it again. This explains why the other side of these fragments have a design on them. Ah, and the pattern is the same as the other walls in this hallway. Then when the mirror is closed, it would blend in with the rest of the walls. This is the mirror trick that this haunted house employs. And this also proves the existence of a hiding place for the culprit. Ah, how so? Think about it, Kay. It was a place that was outside of my field of vision. The culprit kept that aside by hiding here.
Take that!
There was a very large blind spot, one I could not see beyond, and it was here. If my assailant hid on the other side of the movable mirror, then he wouldn't be able to see him. He didn't even need to do anything to the blue badger doll. Exactly. All he had to do was wait for me on the other side of the mirror. Wait, son? I thought of something. Yes? Well, shouldn't the mirror wall be broken right now in reality? If we have a few shards of it, we can probably assume it is. Yes, it most definitely is broken. The question is, when was it broken? If we found these inside the victim's costume, that would mean that the victim was there when the mirror was broken. Wait, that sound. Leave the money and go, now! That sound I heard was most definitely the sound of a mirror breaking. Hey, I'd like you to import some new information. Ah! Don't scare me like that! Sorry, but I need you to recreate something for me. Sure, whatever you need. So what do you need anyway? If you could first recreate this hallway just before I enter the dining room. You've got it! Now this, I believe this is how it was before I entered the dining room. Although, at the time, I thought it was but a single straight hallway. And then, I went inside. It was around then that I heard the sound of a mirror shattering. You heard what? Then, yes, I believe it was then that the mirror was broken. Okay, so then when you stepped outside into the hallway again, the mirror wall should no longer exist. Hey, please recreate that. Got it! Wait, but with the mirror gone, the culprit lost his hiding place. So where did he go in his proto-badger suit? Mr. Edgeworth? Ha, that was easy enough. With the mirror gone, he simply hid himself in the branch hallway. I think this about wraps it up. Looks like we finally solved everything. No, not yet. An even larger contradiction has now reared its head. Huh? Perhaps you did not notice. But this recreation contains a very troubling inconsistency. The inconsistency between what I saw in the recreation lies... Ad starts in 1 minute!
Take that!
Here! Huh? Are you sure that contradicts what you saw? Well, and that's something even I must look into a bit more. What? If even you're having a tough time with this, then it must be one tricksy trick! Hey! Wait, you didn't mean what you just said, did you? Stop messing with me and just tell me the answer already.
Very well. Thank goodness. It would seem that she failed to notice my slip-up.
The scene I saw before me and what's being presented in this recreation.
There's something that was there on site that isn't in this recreation.
Take that! Take that!
Okay, be right back. Okay, I'm back.
Hey, take a good look at the end of the hall.
Oh, there's no blue badger there.
Exactly, the blue badger that I saw in reality is not here. This is the final point on this long chain of logic, the last remaining contradiction.
let me get this straight. When you came out of the dining room, you saw a badger, right? And that is precisely where the final contradiction lies. Something that shouldn't exist was there before me. Who or what do you suppose it was? I believe this is the real identity of our mystery badger.
Take that!
The badger I saw was, in actuality, the dead victim's body.
What?
Agent Long, the entirety of my complete logic is my final decisive piece of evidence. The murder happened in the hallway of the haunted house at the time of the drop-off. And you can consider the moment I heard the mirror breaking to be the real time of death from Mr. Deacon.
No!
Maybe it was due to their fighting, or perhaps it was the life-shattering bullet. But no matter what the cause was, the hallway mirror wall was broken.
Not so fast!
Huh, you were in the house at the time, right? Are you telling me that you missed the sound of a gunshot?
Objection!
There were a variety of sound effects playing at the time. All for theatrics, I assume. The gunshot must have blended right in.
Aya!
Now then, I'd like you to recall something for me. Who was it that was with the victim at the haunted house? Who was the one who had the opportunity to rob the victim of his gun and use it on him? It was you, Lance Amano.
It's not like I had a choice. Oliver turned on me all of a sudden. He snapped and turned violent right after I hung up with you. He shoved me to the ground and straddled me. Fought back as hard as I could. Grabbed his gun. I shot him. The bullet must have went through his body and shattered the mirror. If I hadn't taken his gun and shot him first, I would have been the one you found. He's a hardened criminal. He escaped from jail. See, that's justified self-defense. My boy was only trying to protect himself.
It remains to be seen, and will have to be resolved in court. Agent Long, I leave the rest to you.
As if you were the one in charge around here. Guys, arrest these two and get them out of my sight. Oh, wait, I had nothing to do with the murder. The only person you should be arresting is Lance. Dad! Sorry, but you're not slipping away that easily, Mr. Ernest Amano. You tampered with the evidence so that you could cover for your son. What a great dad you are, willing to risk it all. Really touching. Urgh! By the way, do you know why I'm really here? And how could I possibly know the answer to such an asinine question? You ruined me. I came all this way from across the sea just to see you, you know. Came to see me?
What's that supposed to mean?
I have a few things to ask you, Mr. Romano, about a case from 10 years ago.
10 years ago?
Oh, what's that name you used here for that case? Tina!
It's known as the KG-8 incident. The KG-8 incident?
Oh, so you remember it? Good. Then you'll recall that the trigger in that case was the Amano Group scandal. Specifically, the charge of an internal smuggling ring.
Smuggling. There's that word again.
At the time, the person that was arrested as the ringleader was Mr. Romano's very own secretary, Mr. Colin Deveray.
Father!
Even though you pushed the crime onto your then secretary, Mr. Deveray, I was suspected that you were involved with the smuggling ring, Mr. Romano. Mr. Deveray was arrested in place of you, which is why when he broke out, you hid him from the police, right? You hid him in exchange for his silence and your little dirty secret. Now. Please calm down. I honestly have no idea what you're talking about. Pretend to be ignorant all you want. We're taking you down to the precinct anyway, for a nice long chat. What the? Who the heck was that? I'll take him down to the precinct if you don't mind. And who the heck are you? I'm Jacques Portsman, and I'm the prosecutor in charge of this case. Oh, Jacques, thank goodness you're here. Don't jerk me around. This is an Interpol case, so keep your paws off of my suspect. Sorry, but I can't comply. I've got the back of the prosecutor's office. See, in this country, we prosecutors work with the police to bring cases to court. So if you could please cooperate with me here, that'd be great. Now, how about a handshake to seal the deal? Sorry, but I hate prosecutors, a whole lot of you. Guys, arrest the 2 suspects. Sir! Oh, I almost forgot. Prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, is it? I'd like to thank you.
Thank me.
Yeah, for working so hard to fulfill my goal.
Hey, is that any way to thank someone? And what the heck is that supposed to mean?
You were so relentless with Lance that you forced Ernest to tamper with the evidence. Thanks to that, I finally had a legitimate reason to arrest him. So how does it feel to bite the hand that feeds you?
The hand that feeds me? I'm not sure I follow.
There's no use pretending with me. You're the one, right? You're the corrupt prosecutor that's working for Mr. Amano in the smuggling ring, right?
No, I would never do such a thing.
What the heck? Our intel's never wrong. In your prosecutor's office, there's definitely someone working with the ring.
Ah, so Agent Long suspected my relation to Mr. Amano. That must be the real reason behind his antagonistic attitude.
On top of that, your mentor was Manfred von Karmak, right? There were non-stop rumors flying around about forged evidence with that guy. You're not pushing the truth behind the closed courtroom doors, too, are you?
The courtroom is a place where the truth is revealed.
Well, don't worry, it's not only you. The whole lot of you can't be trusted. The prosecutor who never lost in 40 years, every defendant must be found guilty. Fueled by that kind of thinking, is it any wonder that courts produce nothing but falsities and lies?
It would seem that his disdain extends beyond just me. Prosecutors, the court. Why is this man so angry with us all?
Rest assured, the next time we meet, I won't be so forgiving. So, don't you forget it.
Please, wait. Agent Sheena. Why does Agent Long hate all prosecutors so? Long is the head of the long-honored house of Long in Jingfa. The heads of all police-related divisions in that country were of Long blood. Were? What do you mean by that? Aren't they still? They were revered, but that was long ago. They don't hold that sort of sway anymore. And it was all because of the courts. How can that be? A prosecutor once withheld and tampered with the evidence one of the Long detectives found. That evidence's purity was tarnished and cost the Long family its honor and trust. But not all prosecutors are like that. Even so, Long will never respect the court again, or any prosecutor. So Agent Long is a man who hates all courts and is unwilling to forgive prosecutors.
Man, what a piece of work that guy is. Come on, Jim, we'd better catch up. Yeah. We've still got to deliver that thing to the old man, after all.
Wait, what? Oh! Okay, I forgot that this took place, right? This takes place a while back? I don't remember. But Portsmouth is walking around, and Faith is still alive, so. Detective Gumshoe, I believe it's time we wrapped up and headed out ourselves.
Yeah. Are you going home, Mr. Edgeworth?
No, I've done nothing but be entangled in one mess after another since my return. If it's alright with you, can you drop me off in my office?
No problem, sir.
Excuse me.
Yes? What is it?
That is, thank you very much.
Oh, it's okay. No need to thank me, pal. Just doing my job as a detective.
As I was fooled pretty badly by Lance. Oh, cruel Faith. What's a woman to do when she's been hurt by the one she loves? And to think I never realized my father was right there. I never said anything to him. I knew it. I'm a failure. Ah, there she goes again, talking to herself. Miss Pops, I wonder if you know why your father participated in the kidnapping. No, I have no idea. Your father died while he was trying to stop Lance, which means that from the beginning he had no interest in the staged self-abduction. Wait, then why did he? I believe it was because of your presence, Miss Pops. Me? Lance realized that the two of you were related, which is why he used you as a hostage to coerce Mr. Deveray into cooperating. Heather! As a felon, he cannot tell you of his real relation to you. However, as the Amano family butler, at the very least, he was able to watch over you. It was all he could do, but that was the shame of his overflowing love for you. Go on, speak your mind. Thank Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Although there is no need to thank me.
No, Lauren, stop. I mean, this man's so much older than you. Looks like you've got completely thrown her away, Mr. Edgeworth.
Way to go, sir.
Your technique is way beyond the level of a great thief.
What are you going on about now?
Wow, your deducing skills may be sound, but you have no street smarts.
That's Mr. Edgeworth for you.
Yeah, I mean, he still hasn't figured out who I am at all. If you haven't remembered in all this time, I guess I'm just gonna have to say it. This isn't the first time we've met, you know?
What do you mean, pal? Mr. Edgeworth, how do you know this girl?
Looks like you totally forgot me too, Gummy.
Gummy?
Here, maybe this will jog your memories. I promised I'd return this to you one day, remember?
That's...
A single piece of cloth took me back far into my past. To that fateful day, 7 years ago, when I first met the then child Kay and Detective Gumshoe. And that's the end of that! Wow! The next one is Turnabout Reminiscence. Ooh! Okay, that's the end of that. Did have a little mishap with OBS and the game shutting down. Okay, I'm gonna end the stream here. I'll be back on Thursday for steno practice. And then Friday is more Ace Attorney Investigations. See y'all then!